we'll just start again, and I'm going to go super basic character because I've already done. I'm live, so I might as well continue, but I don't feel like spending 10 minutes trying to... Well, it didn't take me a whole long anyway. I'll just reconstruct them. So we'll get a rare chance to see the battle construction. Here are 13 characters. You start out with 6 when you first load up the game, and then as you level up those characters in this game mode, eventually you'll be able to buy unlocks for... with the money that you earn after each mission, you can buy various things, more equipment to put on your characters, different weapons to equip, and eventually your upgrades, such as more jobs, more character slots to use in your army. Eventually unlocking these 4, then the 2 biggest ones, and then finally the Swordmaster Ultimate. You start out with a Dancer, because the Dancer is the only style that can use the Soul of Xianghua. Later on, they ditched the whole idea. But in the first... for the first game, they made a couple of unique styles. They actually didn't continue it in any of the ones that came afterward. But they added 17 weapon styles, particularly for the Create a Soul function. And so they spread those out among the classes. Each one starts with the class. As you level up, you would get access to more weapons within that class. Until final level 30, they would give you 2 of the Soulcalibur characters. But your characters using the Soulcalibur character styles was not exactly an afterthought, but just more of a minor thing. But later on, they just made it so you could use all the styles, Xianghua, Keelik, Siegfried, Nightmare, Astaroth, Voldo, you know. They just let you choose all of those willy-nilly, whatever. Those were the only styles you got. But in Soulcalibur 3, they created these 17 styles, which mostly were cheap imitations of the main styles, with a few unique twists on some of them. There's like a 3rd sword and shield style, which really wasn't necessary, but oh well. There's a style similar to Xianghua's, but not quite as dancey. And those were the styles that, with the exception of the Soulcalibur characters that we'll be fighting, the secret super bosses, every character in Chronicles of the Sword is one of these 17 styles. And those are the first 3 styles that are in the game as well. The first 3 styles that each of the 12 basic classes has. They start one at 10, get a second, start with one style, get a second at 10, a third at 20. Then at 30, they unlock 2 of the Soulcalibur styles. With the exception of Swordmaster, the ultimate style, which can use any of the 17, but none of the Soulcalibur style ones. So Soul of Xianghua happens to have access to the single most powerful AI stopping move in the game. But dancers are disadvantaged because their stats are absolutely trash. One as the main character will get quite a lot of experience and will be fine leveled up, but there are some fights where that move doesn't work, and almost nothing works, so I need access to just sheer amount of power, which is where the Sword Masters come in. Having 4 Sword Masters is infinitely safer, but having one dancer to do a lot of the heavy lifting, especially in the early game, is extremely handy. Change your face to that face, that's fine. One of the other reasons that I'm sticking so much more to Soulcalibur 3 as my main speedrun, rather than I was really hoping that I could do a lot more with the speedrun of Soulcalibur 6 Libra of Souls. But the reason that I haven't is simply because of the lack of ability to really create a unique character. For some reason, even while you're doing character creation before starting that game, they don't give you the chance to adjust your outfit or do much more than select your basic build, hair color, and everything else. So, in this game, before any of the action starts, I can build everyone. And technically, there's a bit of dialogue and stuff that I'm skipping, but it's not uncommon in other speedruns to not count any of that kind of stuff towards time either. So, and since I designed this and I'm the only person who really runs it and got to make the rules because I like creating custom characters, I decided that I'd set it up this way so timing starts when I first sortie, which allows me to make characters. There it is. Adjust them a little bit, do things like when I want to do a hit. Just the main reason I haven't done more into speedrunning Libra of Souls is I can't customize characters like this, really. I have to spend several minutes building them up into what I want after making them, as well as just the annoying difficulty of having to temporarily delete my file before starting a new game, for fairness, because of just the way the game works with keeping your stuff. And why I also run this game as I do, fully uploaded. Okay, so this is one that is... so, yes, I need to leave my characters here so I can defeat every enemy. This is an all enemies run. No way to check at the end of the game if I have or not. But you just have to go scenario by scenario. Okay, now we're finally going to get started. So again, Soulcalibur 3's Chronicles of the Sword. A unique strategy, action, RPG, hybrid, fighting game, action, combat, and strategic conquering towns. It owes a lot to, in its design, even though it's real-time and not turn-based, it owes a lot to tactics games such as the Fire Emblem series. It's pretty plain to tell. A lot of the nuances of it break down to be the same. Like in Fire Emblem, the speedrunners always describe a map as being either a assassinate objective or a route objective, and it's rather similar here. Most of the time our objective is to conquer the main enemy stronghold, which is the equivalent of an assassinate, because there's almost always a boss in there with one exception. But there is also a...
The fighters face a group. Final battle, fight!
There's also a...
Take good care of your health.
There are a few chapters where I have to route. I have to defeat every enemy anyway. Not that it matters in this particular speedrun, since I'm doing all enemies. My objective is to defeat every enemy that comes before me. Once again, to reiterate for the recorded video, the purpose of this speedrun, this is a fresh one, all enemies. I haven't technically run it before on its own. This differs from my normal speedruns, which a basic any percent I'd want to conquer. Just go through it as fast as possible. It's a little bit more than my all bosses style SC percent. This is a literally 100% enemies category. Every enemy I plan to defeat. Now, I have run a true 100% before, where in addition to conquering, defeating all enemies, I conquer all strongholds and rescue all haughty soldiers in Chapter 9, Chronicle 9. No, Chronicle 8, sorry. But in this category, the problem with 100% is that, especially towards the end game, having to conquer every single stronghold gets pretty old pretty fast. You have to go spread your characters out so much. It just takes a very long time to get through all of those characters, so get through all of those towers for really no point other than fulfilling the 100% category. But all enemies does require us to actually gives us something in the form of experience, and also is a little bit more interesting because of the potential for loss, you know, in each of the battles. I'm actually battling and not just whacking away stupidly at an inanimate object and saying that I've accomplished something. Ooh.
It looks like I got lucky.
So basically, this is 100% light. Again, not a true 100%, but I think it's close enough to a completionist style category. The main purpose of it is actually to offer as for the upcoming marathon, which name I can't, the completionist marathon coming up. Complete-a-thon is what it's called, that's right. Completionist marathon, complete-a-thon, that makes perfect sense. I don't know why I couldn't remember the name for a second. That was actually the very first speedrun marathon I ever did online, was this, 100% category of this for the complete-a-thon. That's the only reason, one of the main reasons really why I attempted it, because got reference to it, wanted to try submitting to it. And Slow the Demon, who runs that marathon as well as No Glitches Allowed and its its associated ones, is a decent fan of my Chronicles of the Sword runs, and so he accepted that. I'm very grateful for him. But I haven't really touched Compleatathon in a while because I don't have too many other good 100% categories. And again, so I figure it's time to go back to that and offer this up again, but again, I just don't want to do the 100% category, so I just feel that this is a slightly more appealing category to show off at a marathon. Completionist in general, a lot of the 100% have to do a lot of inane things that are probably less interesting than 100%, but they are a nice change of pace, and which is why it was accepted in the first place. But I do think that a slightly faster version might be welcome. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that certainly got a bit violent.
This old man voice. I don't do old men very often. I am a elitist weeb anime person. I love young characters succeeding and doing things. But eventually I'll even pull off an old woman. That'll be a sight to see. But they are definitely an interesting change of pace. I need to do a little bit more often. I ought to do older Final Fantasy characters as one of my Final Fantasy groups. I have two different things that I usually do with... I either make my own style characters just of whatever I like. Sometimes, like I've done here, just for the most part slightly adjusting pre-existing sets because that's quickest and easiest and doesn't require a huge amount of thought. And the other thing I like to do is base them all on RPG characters because RPG is still my thing. Especially Final Fantasy characters.
Battle 2, fight!
You should really give up. It looks like I got lucky.
Okay, there's the tutorial. The story of Soulcalibur 3, Chronicles of the Sword. Soulcalibur itself takes place on an alternate history of our Earth at the end of the 16th century in the Eurasian area, mostly in Europe, but some of it does take place in parts of Asia as well. It all takes place within about a 15-year time period, except for Soulcalibur 5 is the most outdated, and it's like 20 years almost after... about 15 years after the events of Soulcalibur 4. So within a, 30-year time period, entire series. But Chronicles of the Sword, they decided to base it on a unique setting. Actually, this is fine. I'll fight all enemies just doing the normal strat. Not waste time with it. So this unique continent has is the home of 3 great nations. The Grandal Empire, the Kingdom of Dalkia, and the Haltese Republic. And our character, who we are forced to create, we don't have any kind of choice or preset. We have to name them. If we don't name them, they will leave the name of whatever class we create. But we have to create our character. And this character, our protagonist, in this case Mikuni, is an officer in the military academy of the Grandal Empire. So she's in training to become a captain in the military. And so the tutorial and the first couple of Chronicles that kind of teach that are well situated towards your very good RPG tutorials where you are literally in training, and so as they teach you to play the game, they're also teaching your character how to fight and command and all that other stuff that they need to know as part of their profession. That's the way they work in a lot of tutorial styles, and it works pretty well. Probably nobody has done it better than the more recent Fallout ones. Sometimes in slightly weird ways, but growing up your character and stuff through the backstory of your learning to live and grow and be a person. Anyway. Now, a lot of the thing that makes this an interesting speedrun is little things in the margins on the side that you don't see. Just little optimizations and stuff and things that I've had to figure out that are very small, but make up, especially with all the things I have to do, add up over time to make a large amount. And one of them is my delayed orders here. You may have noticed that I gave an order to Mikuni to run up here and only this far, but ordered my other two characters to run all the way to the main stronghold here. And this will defeat all enemies, so I'll consider it here, but I get to leave those two buildings alone, thank goodness, because the enemy will retreat back to this place. But whenever a character is involved in Soulcalibur combat, like this decisive battle, they have their orders cancelled. However, if they, even if you start a Soulcalibur combat, anyone who isn't involved in the encounter will have their actions continue. And that's the only thing that will stop their orders other than me changing them actively. And since the game pauses when I give orders, I want to give as few orders as possible. So by sending Mikuni ahead about a half second before the others, she will reach that place right about the time that the two enemies come up to attack it. I can order her to defend it and start the battle and defeat both, while the other two are still moving. If they make it into the stronghold, they'll be involved in the combat and they will lose their orders.
It was a decent match.
Oh yay, my camera has already chosen to go kaput. Nice. Get an opportunity, I'll have to reset it again. Yeah, it happens. Oh well. Alright, so we defeated Abelia, the sharpest one of the Academy, our friend and rival. We'll see her later on again, both as a friend and an... let's see. Alright, good opportunity.
Two final battle fight.
Did I do it? You can't do it.
Normally I'd be able to skip these characters because their orders are simply to
Be careful.
charge straight to my place, but of course this being all enemies, I have to defeat all my enemies, hence I have to fight them as well. Good news about all enemies is that it's going to give me a lot of experience I wouldn't otherwise get. Which means that the battles during the last couple Chronicles, especially Chronicle 20, should be easier. Generally now, I don't have to worry too much about defeating Strife. I only lose all those battles like once in 100 runs, but should be a totally zero chance on this. As well as make some of the fights. The fights do get progressively faster.
There. Are you happy now?
Of course, a lot of the fights early on don't add a whole lot of experience. I won't really get a whole lot until about Chronicle 4. Chronicle 2 here is our graduation test against General Gerardo, who's a very important person. Our father figure, in addition to being the supreme commander-in-chief of all the Randall forces, and the head instructor at the Perugia Military Academy. It's a very light storyline. They put a decent amount of depth into it, but it isn't super duper deep because it isn't, you know, signed as a regular part of the series. Although I would really love to see a version of this game mode, like as a standalone game or something, or imported into Soulcalibur 7 or something. You know, the next Soulcalibur, they add this game mode back in. They probably never will, but that's my pipe dream, is to see one of those two things happen. I think I would prefer a standalone game even more than seeing it reappear in Soulcalibur 7, you know, the next Soulcalibur, but I'd take either or, honest. This is still probably my favorite game of all time. Comes right down to it, which is why I can spend so much time speedrunning it. Making characters and getting them involved in this. It's one of the things that, one of the problems that comes with the modern age and how they've designed games in general compared to the old days. Back when a lot of RPGs were based on, you know, D&D, and once again, I didn't have to take this stronghold because attacking here pulled her away, so thanks to all enemies, versus 100%, I get to skip taking another stronghold that would have just wasted time. But because a lot of the early RPGs were based upon D&D, which was still in its infancy in the early 80s and such when those games started to be made, they allowed you to pick your own character names. You're basically creating your own characters, and it gave that sense of ownership of your character that made the story different. But then, especially with Final Fantasy IV, that was one of the first ones I know of that really happened, although the Phantasy Star on Sega did the same thing. But about that era, they started to create, JRPGs started to create characters where, RPGs where the story was all built up and the characters were already there, and you just inserted yourself into them. Still, a lot of them did give you the opportunity to rename at least the hero, which gave you a sense of ownership of them. Western RPGs have still pretty much almost always, even in the later ages, allowed you to create your own character, and have sometimes gone to certain lengths to try to integrate them into voice acting and cutscenes and stuff, as they've done later on. Back when everything was text up all the way up through, say, Baldur's Gate, wasn't an issue because it was text-based. They could just insert your name in the text, and so you really, you know, could feel like it was you or whichever character, you know, you chose to insert into the story. But especially as voice acting and stuff, they become more movie-like. It's a lot harder for your characters to be inserted in and make a difference. It's kind of seen in the Final Fantasy VII Remake that just came out. You could rename all the characters in the original Final Fantasy VII to get that sense of ownership and completion. Need to change inventory still. That's still the strat. The strat is actually unchanged because I have to defeat all the enemies anyway. You know, it's really nice to hear Eris and Cloud and Tifa and Barrett doing all their talking, but you know, you lose that sense of you being able to put yourself in Cloud's shoes or whatever. All you're doing now is directing Cloud, which is fine. Certain games like that are still fun and everything, and they're everywhere. But it's just one of the small disadvantages going from Final Fantasy VII to the remake. You just can't rename Cloud. That would draw out the story. And when they try to give you the opportunity, you get things like Final Fantasy X, where when Yuna, in the heartfelt moment, is thanking everyone, she turns to Tidus, but she can't call him by his name because you can choose the name of Tidus and make it something different. So she addresses him as the star player of the Anakin Abes. Yes, I'm glad that you care for me so much. That's the way you decide to address me. That's your pet name for me. Some of them were pretty clever about it in certain ways, either giving you a title or a title or a position that allowed you to, you know, allowed them to voice act without making it seem unnatural or whatever, or too unnatural at least. Such as BioWare did really well with their later games, starting with Knights of the Old Republic. They had titles that they could give you, usually Jedi and stuff, and so that's how now they would address you, and then of course later on you find out that your character is Revan regardless. Oh, spoilers for a 20-year-old game. Public. BioWare or Mass Effect, they call you Captain Shepard. Your last name is always set as Shepard, but you get to choose your first name. But since everyone has to call you Shepard or Captain Shepard, it's a little bit uncomfortable, I guess, with the romances. Since I didn't order him all the way. That's slightly unfortunate, but not a big deal. One of the small optimizations here that doesn't seem very big but makes a huge difference is changing to an infantry. Characters have unit types, which you can change at the beginning of every Chronicle, and they determine your movement speed on the overworld map as well as how much damage you deal to Strongholds. We choose Bandits because they're the best mix of overworld speed and damage to Strongholds because that's, the most time-consuming thing. What they sacrifice is damage to other units, but since we generally just start combat in Soulcalibur because it's still quicker and safer,
Battle 1. Fight.
We don't lose anything by being bandits. However, the reason I've changed inventory there is because the inventory is slower. It makes it faster. It's a weird little thing, but because of how these loading screens are, because of how long these loads take before and after combat, I want to minimize the number of battles that I get into. In the any percent run, naturally, it means I want to try to fight as few people as possible. But when I have to fight, I try to group those fights into as few separate encounters as possible. And those two knights up there, who just are entering the building now, are so slow that they barely make it in here by the time I take it if I'm in infantry. But if I'm a bandit, I move too quickly, I take this thing too quickly, and it's just very annoying. It's also wouldn't really save time if I tried to hover outside and then try and time it well for the speed. I mean, it would all be the same in the end. I'd lose a tiny amount of time coming out of the building as an infantry and moving towards the main stronghold. But it's a very minor amount because this map is so small. This is the only time where I'll be switching to infantry to save time because of a situation like this. But it's just one of those little things.
Final battle. Fight.
One of those really small optimizations I found, and I'd really just like the irony of going slow to go fast. The biggest reason it saves time in this Chronicle is because the infantry actually do the same amount of damage to main strongholds that bandits do. Bandits do one less point of damage to main strongholds. Some classes do, some don't. Some units do as well. Some of the computer's units on some of the maps have wildly different stats for doing damage to strongholds. Chronicle 14 in particular, the enemies are extremely bad at taking strongholds and only do like 2 points of damage to the main one. But there, I barely inflict any damage on it whatsoever. So I only lose like a hit or two. And then when she reaches the main stronghold, she'll do just as much damage. And again, I left this guy alone back here, but once again, he'll be pulled back in. So I don't have to worry about taking that stronghold. This is, because the objective is a rout, as it's called, I have to defeat all enemies. This strat is exactly the same as any percent. The other Chronicle where that's the case is Chronicle 9. I don't believe that there are any others that require you to defeat all enemies. Technically 11, which is the same every time, because that's 5 successive buildings in a line, and you can't do anything but go all the way through them.
Battle 1. Fight.
You should really give up.
Battle 2. Fight.
You should really give up.
Battle 3. Fight.
Storyline-wise, Chronicle 3, we've graduated from the Academy and we're given command of a small border defense post by the Kingdom of Dalkia. We're attacked in the middle of the night by a group of bandits, and you may have noticed that the first two bandits we defeated in this stronghold were actually generic Grandal soldiers, like the kind we've been fighting during our training missions. And then when we're attacked at the beginning of the next Chronicle, we're attacked by Dalkia. They declare war on us, claiming it to be in retaliation. They're attacking, we attacked first. Along this border post here, and we realized that these bandits must have instigated the war by pretending to be us. Since, you know, they have Grandal uniforms. In other words, this bandit leader who just skipped out on us is trying to engineer a war between us. Unfortunately, now if this were a normal JRPG, our characters would then leave on a quest in order to track this guy down and figure out what he's doing and stop the war before the two sides destroy each other. But since this is a cheap strategy JRPG wargame simulation type, instead our objective is to we just join the war and do our best to fight on. Okay, let's see. Since I've never really done this before in this fashion, I have done an all enemies fresh file, which is largely the same, but just with much more difficult to beat units. But it's been a long time since I've done that, so I'm trying to come up with my strats on the fly. Okay, so that's attacking, good. What else do I have coming? Okay, there's two. This one might take a little bit of work to find an ideal strategy for all enemies. I don't know if letting them beat this down might be quicker and guiding them all in at once.
Battle 1. Fight.
Down south might actually be faster, but mostly I'm right now just trying to guarantee that I can defeat them all.
Final battle. Fight.
Not that it really matters, since there's no one else to govern this or do anything, but I do want this to be as official as possible. I do want to be able to officially defeat all enemies. Okay, now, next fastest thing for him to do to be involved is actually probably just to head towards the end.
Decisive battle.
You're certainly a handful. I shall remember your name, as you are the only one who has provided a worthy challenge.
Battle 1.
So here's Lunar, primary rival. Although the last fight against her is in Chronicle 11, she's actually our primary enemy in the game because we fight her a total of 4 times. And even after we defeat her, she hasn't gone for good. She is sort of important to the main storyline, although not to the speedrun. She shows up at the beginning of Chronicle 19 and says a few words, and then says a couple more at the beginning of Chronicle 20, and has an appearance in the credits, but it's hard to recognize because she's in a different outfit, and the all the outfits are so, you know, generic and everything with the way it is. It's not supernatural to recognize her immediately. Any enemy in this game, for the most part, the spin to win is an extremely effective method of dealing with enemies, but almost any enemy at any point in the game can decide that they are going to be the hero and just get me by being aggressive with the right amount of moves. A lot of times, especially lower level enemies like generic ones, and especially at the lower levels, will decide to be extremely passive for the first several seconds. which is kind of instituted to make the game easier in general, like she was there. But anytime any of them can decide that they're the hero, and if they just decide to, I'll be beaten. It's kind of annoying. As far as I have been able to discover in hundreds and hundreds of hours playing this game, I haven't found a way to manipulate the AI in combat in any reliable way, other than just certain moves them not being able to deal with. It's kind of a weird thing. None of the other Soulcalibur in general, the series in general, has had really good and sometimes terrible AI, just in the sense of being overpowered. They're very good at sensing your moves, at adjusting to them, at doing frame-perfect inputs that a normal human can't do at a drop of a hat, with guard impacts and such things. Building this up for safety. If a character is defeated, they'll recover at the nearest level 3, and I'm about to fight a level 60 Soulcalibur character, way above my level 1. I'll probably beat him, but just in case I don't. I'm ignoring those two, but they will retreat back once I take this Stronghold, so... Sometimes those two run out somewhere else, depending on what else I've done, but it looks like they're staying put, which is... Yeah, but Soulcalibur 3, unique to the series as far as I've been able to see, there are just certain moves that the AI can't deal with easily that are effective more than 75% of the time. They can do guaranteed damage, which is just really incredible. Not just the ones I use here, and there are a couple more famous ones that other people tell me about all the time. Oh yeah, I remember when I played this, I always used this move, like AB on Iron Sword. The AI just can't block it. And yes, there are plenty like those, but these ones are just the most reliable. Katana in particular, that shoulder charge isn't totally unstoppable. The high-level AI especially are really good at blocking it. But if it does hit, it leads to a lot of follow-up damage, plus the just the sheer damage of the attack, plus the high superpower of that weapon and its vampiric ability, makes it overall an extremely reliable and good way of defeating most enemies in the game. If he were to hit me, he'd probably do about half my life in one go. If I were to fight him with my Dancer, he'd probably one-shot her because the Dancer stats are so bad. Okay, now when we start attacking here, you run back, and actually you come back to here. Slight time waste there because I didn't do that efficiently, but I want to spread the experience around a little, so I'm going to go ahead and fight these two now with Sanosuke. And so again, this is one of those times I'm not sure what would be faster. It probably would be faster based on how they act. To sacrifice that northern tower and not go defend it as I did, but rather send everybody here south and then just fight all... Probably it would be 4 at once when they come to defend. Now, the thing that makes combat in this game particularly interesting are the missions. Wow, helped by the whirlwind. I was helped by the whirlwind. This is my whirlwind. I didn't even think about that. So, you can see the enemy is moving slightly. They're getting pushed by a whirlwind. That was pretty awesome. I don't get that very often. Not as a help. Oh, that was grand. So, yeah. Missions are a thing that have been in Soulcalibur since Soulcalibur 1. Mission mode was a special mode where you have to do a lot of fights with certain battle effects on, like winds that blow your character around, or ice physics on the ground, so your character slides, especially if you block an attack or get hit by an attack. You'll go sliding far away, because there's no friction on the ground. And so these are called missions, and so these missions that the Strongholds have are an effect that's added to help or hinder the defenders or the attackers. Now, that hindrance and stuff is based on its level. Higher level Strongholds, of course, have more hit points, and the hit points do grow as the game gets later on, which is another reason why I wanted to change out 100% for all enemies and not have to take every single Stronghold, because those later editions, when you go through some of those ones, they are super duper annoying.
Battle Final one. Fight.
Wrong person. Arion is especially tall. I just want to point that out. He's huge for no particularly good reason. Otherwise, he's a normal character. I could make a character just like him. Maybe I will sometime, just to do a comparison. That'd be hilarious. But he's just super tall. There's another character in the game who is also that tall. They're unique. 2 bosses, one here, one in Chronicles 17. But at low levels, the effects tend to affect both characters. But at higher levels, they will only affect one or the other, depending on whether the effect, the mission, is helpful or harmful. Or baneful, as sometimes I like to say. I can't think of what the equivalent of beneficial or baneful. That's the words I like to use to sound erudite. Finally get our 4th character. And start 2 here and 2 here. Alright, there are 2 Soulcalibur characters I have to defeat. Of course, I have to defeat all enemies anyway, but those 2 are particularly of note. I also have to defend this bridge. Even on any percent, I have to keep 1 character over here just to protect this bridge. But on SC percent or any other, I also have to have 2 over here because there's another character I have to beat. So this won't be too much different than SC percent on this one, because most of the enemies, because of how I have to spread myself out to get the Soulcalibur characters, I also have to, it's very hard to avoid fighting the other enemies, so I just, now it's pretty easy to work that into this particular Chronicle. Work all enemies in, since I don't have to do anything else. Tobimaru is the wrong weapon on. I forgot to put a weapon on him, huh? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, you get to see Katana Shuriken for a little bit. Thankfully, I have played this game so many hours that even with a weapon I am totally unfamiliar with, I'm not that unfamiliar with. That's a very good attack, by the way, in case you didn't notice. First thing I need to do once I'm out of this combat is to change his weapon up. I think I forgot it on the last character too. That's going to waste a little bit of time, but oh well. If I also have the default weapon, or else this would be even better. That's how good Swordmasters are as well, just in their stat-wise. That high-level monk is probably got lower stats than my Swordmaster, so I dealt with her pretty easily with the default weapon. This attack is quite good. It doesn't get all that good later on, however. In the early levels, almost any kind of spammed ability is pretty decent. Okay, equip Katana, Mirasame. Yeah, they're gonna defend it, so... They've just gone backwards. I should have known that. Some of the other meme categories I've thought of include unique classes or unique weapon styles, where I have to force myself to do all characters and only do not the same weapon style or not the same class. A bunch of city rules to it. I think the unique classes would be the more interesting one. It would have to be that, not something like no sword masters, because if I had no sword masters, I'd basically just do 4 samurai, because they do the same thing with this katana style. All unique Soulcalibur styles would probably be the most interesting. I'd have to use non-sword masters and give each people a weapon style of a Soulcalibur character. Ones that would be most useful would be Xianghua, of course. I'd get to keep that for my main character. I'm probably going to have to start this fight. Yep. Very unfortunate that he doesn't stay inside that stronghold, or that he doesn't come out to help me fight against Ivy. That just wouldn't work, though, because of the way the game is programmed, but whatever. Siegfried is actually really, really good as well, as is Nightmare, so I'd probably have those two. Keelik, most likely. I'm not sure who I'd have as my fifth. Those four are pretty automatically some of the very best for abusable moves that I could use. Maybe Sung Mina, partially out of reference and partially because she has the same unstoppable move that Keelik does, Light. Not really unstoppable, but still very good for exploiting the AI. Oh, that was silly. I'm just going to be defeating that, so. Who's going to go first? 100? Almost the exact same time. Wow, all of them. That's rather fortunate, really. I am hoping that by backing off at this moment that I am, that all of them will end up entering at the exact same time. Or at least that they'll reach so I can fight them all at the exact same time, I mean. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but we'll find out.
You should really give up. It was a decent match.
Off to a pretty good start so far. The true 100% category, you could call it, of getting all secret objectives completed is almost alive. Not quite. It's already missed a couple, but only a couple. Four. Still not too bad.
Decisive battle. Battle 1. Fight.
Did I do it?
Battle 2. Fight.
Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it?
Battle 3. Fight.
Did I do it? You can't.
Knockout.
It's over.
Final battle. Fight.
Did I do it? You can't get it. Did I do it?
Knockout.
It's over. I'll take you anytime you want.
The other one's going to stay inside, but they will both retreat to the main stronghold when I start to attack it, so hopefully, if not, things will get slightly interesting. I know that the one on the left will. The one up top there should retreat to the end, because most of them are programmed that way.
The final battle. Fight.
It's over. It's over.
Where are you going? That was pathetic. Goodbye.
Yep, both of those characters are retreating, so I will fight them in the main stronghold. On a true 100%, including the way I played casually for years, I would actually defeat all of these enemies inside their strongholds before taking the main stronghold. And it's because Rowan, who's the boss of the area,
Decisive battle.
is outside of the stronghold running around. It's the only Chronicle in the game where you can theoretically take the main stronghold without fighting anyone. The only one where the boss doesn't remain inside the main stronghold. Rather unique about it there. So, and on normal speedruns, it's the only Chronicle where I win without defeating the main boss of the map. Cervantes is, along with Ivy, both are actually really good AI, and so I generally lose a lot of health and even have a chance of losing a character to them because they are level 60 pirates, very strong stats. Today, I am getting all the good luck on AI that I have been wishing I would get in my last dozen or so any percent runs. Still a long way to go. This is probably going to be close to 4.5, maybe close to 5 hours. So it's still a long way to go to be saying that. But so far, I mean, just the last dozen times I played any percent, the basic enemies were fighting me hard and aggressively early on and ruining my early Chronicles times. I know that I can get a sub 3 on any percent. I'm probably not going to pursue that for another while. I'm pretty satisfied with the any percent that I did that I last got. The 301 is an incredible time, and I'm super satisfied with it. But eventually I'll return to that. Now I'm thinking about doing other ones. I'm probably going to be focusing on MCO this a little bit, especially if it gets into Complete-a-thon. If it doesn't get into Complete-a-thon, I'll probably put it away for a while. I'm not super duper interested in the 100% categories in general because they are very, very low. It's already 3 hours for any percent and almost 4 for SC percent, so... And this is the AI, the very last character in deciding to try and be a Walton.
You should really give up. Did you enjoy my dance?
Ah, these early aughts era 3D graphics. So nostalgic. There are two eras of gaming that mean a lot to me. One is the SNES era, and the other is this era, the PS2 style era. I didn't really get a lot of the games in the PlayStation era. I was playing PC then as well, and they were shifting a lot of different styles. And like, people who are going crazy with that. Okay, no, I actually need to leave everybody. Okay, I can do 2 3s. Because that's just as fast. Maybe not. I'm trying to figure this out. So this differs slightly from SC percent, which differs very slightly from any percent, in that I have to get these 4 guys running roughshod here before we start. But then I want to collapse in the middle and not have to worry about conquering places. Those ones on the far ends are the very most annoying by far. This one's actually more annoying on all enemies than it is on 100%, because on 100% I'd have to take the strongholds anyway, so I could just continue up these paths, whatever, just do like I did casually, even though it takes longer. But
You should really give up. It was a decent match.
But here, I don't want to waste time taking those, so I have to run up the path in order to fight the enemies that are there, but then I have to retreat them back to this center section because it's a lot quicker than trying to take out all these other strongholds. Probably. Maybe. It's such long walking, I don't know, maybe it isn't. I guess we'll find out.
Battle, fight.
You still have a way to go.
Looks like Zenosuke is going to be getting a nice cushion of experience. The game has a system, with the exception of one battle, whenever you get into a decisive battle taking a stronghold, your main character is always the first character, and then it goes to... And then if they're defeated, it tends to go in a weirder order. It tends to choose your weakest character, and then your next weakest, the next weakest. But if your main character isn't there, you know, the first character to fight is always at the top of the list, regardless. So if the third and fourth characters are the only ones, you'll fight the third. If the second and fifth, you'll fight the second, etc. So the characters higher in the list generally will have the most experience because they'll be preferred unless you organize it so that lower level ones do, either on purpose or just because you're spreading out without much thought and sending the lower tier characters after the more powerful enemies.
Where you going? Where you going? It's over. It's over.
Take a bath.
Take heed. I cannot afford to lose.
Let's see, is that faster? Hard to say. Should have gotten a little bit closer. Despite the looks of the game, your character is actually... The game is actually a grid square based. You can't see them for the most part, unless... except for the way units fall into line. But if a unit is in a square, they can't enter a square that another enemy unit is in, even if they just barely entered it. And so they have to wait until the enemy finds their place within that, because each square has 5 points that a unit can occupy, and no more than 5 units can occupy a single square at the same time. There, of course, are center, and then 1 in each of the 4 corners.
It will be a long time before my
They don't always put the first character in the middle square. Each one is different. I don't know how. I haven't done huge steps to move lots of enemies or units in each square to try and figure out. That'd be a waste of time. But it is something that has been noticed. Okay, now he at least will be relatively close. Okay, now I can't remember... Well, whoever comes by. If I didn't order him, I'll break somebody else up and have them go after Lizard Man. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit faster than 100%. Only a little bit. I don't think there's any way for this game to have a low percent other than playing with the fresh file, which is actually another definition I considered for that run. Because it's the challenge run where you have less stuff than you normally would in a normal run.
I'm sorry, but I must move
It's
on.
not a New Game Plus is, of course, you can actually play the game after beating with one group, so that's a totally different run. Although, even though in most definitions the runs that I do would be New Game Plus, since I have already completed this game many times, unlocked all the things which you couldn't do if they totally brand new game. Oh, of course you can't. Hello, Rika Mingu. Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, give me a minute here. Hello, Rika Mijirara. Oh, I only made it stage 2. I was trying to do it up to stage 3 as safety, but somehow I missed the 3rd. Well, we'll see if it's a waste or not. Another character will arrive in time to build it up, so it's not a big deal. Actually, should have waited to begin with. Okay, Lizardman, level 60 Assassin. Assassins are the ultimate glass cannons. They have one of the highest attack strengths in the game. They're probably 3rd, but their hit points are relatively low, especially for as high level a class as they are. They're one of the 4 best classes, not including Sword Masters, which would make them in the top 5 class regardless. Which makes them very, very strong, because the upper classes have significantly higher strength in their overall stats. But everything is in their attack and their speed, so they're almost as fragile. They're only a little bit more vitality and hit points than Dancers, Thieves, and Ninjas, which are the most fragile of the low-level classes. Okay, and these last 2 characters will once again be manipulated into defending the main stronghold once I get there.
Decisive battle.
Rika Migirara. Okay, Migi. Rather than Miji. Alright. Yeah, it's a more Japanese name. I should have known that, but that many letters together threw me off a little bit. I apologize.
Battle 1. Fight.
Whirlwind here, but not a very strong one, so it doesn't bother me. Later on, the whirlwinds are going to get annoying. They're going to push me out of the way, so I can't... my combo is going to be a matter of luck if the AI decides to let me continue it based on how they react when I knock them down. We'll have a couple of separates that will affect that as well. Hey. Now we have our second battle against Luna. We've also been fighting her Klesser Pemdo. I still have no idea. I need to eventually look up Klesser Pemdo, see if I can Google it and see if there's like anything in Greek or something that where it's to figure out what it's derived from. But her Klesser Pemdo are 4 elemental affiliated characters. We defeated 2 of them. Now we'll fight the other 2. Their strongholds are always based on that element. So the one we just defeated, Eloa, was wind, hence she had the whirlwind active.
So we meet again. Now.
And Luna, of course, is moon related. Most of the battles that involve her, like this one, say have moon in the title. Kind of makes her, in a way, a type of Sailor Moon and the Sailor Scouts kind of situation. AG is supposed to be Earth. Hook in the foot. That's a mistake when I do that. I use L1 to go into the spin and then hold R1 to unleash the attack like that. So when I do that stab right there, that's because I accidentally hit R1 first. I have to do them in quick succession, which is why I sometimes mess up, especially when I just get started. Or I do it because R1 is also what I use to do the shoulder charge with the Sword Master. So I also can do it at the beginning of a fight because I forgot, I've been playing with the Sword Master too much and forgot that I'm now using my Dancer and I have to use different moves. Even so, it's kind of hilarious that I've got this speedrun set up in a way that I spend most of the game just pressing 2 buttons to win. At least in the battles. I have to use everything else in the main map. But I actually end up using a lot more buttons in the main navigation battle map than I do in the individual Soulcalibur fights. Okay. Sub 1 hour Chronicles 6. So now we're battling against Haltese. We were doing very well in our campaign against Dalkia, but then the Haltese Republic suddenly declared war on us. Apparently they, probably the sentiment is that they can take advantage of the fact that their two neighbors are warring with each other. They're going to try and seize power themselves by attacking us, since all of our troops are in Dalkia already. That leaves our forces vulnerable. And yes, they have to call us back from Dalkia to defend. But Abilia, who had joined us back in the bridge mission in Chronicle 5, is left behind to keep command of our forces invading Dalkia, so she's basically on mop-up duty and is going to get all the glory. While the rest of our weary soldiers are now forced to battle fresh troops against Haltese. But luckily we have reinforcements in the form of General Gerardo, who has come to deal with us himself. Who has come to join us, I should say. So I want to give it to you. Fine. He's supposed to be the supreme commander of the military of Grandal, and yet he apparently is not involved in anything important at the moment, because he has the leisure time to put himself under our command to join us as our lieutenant or adjutant, rather than, taking command of our forces himself. Nice to know that he has that much free time on his hands. When you're playing casually, he's a bit of a... he can be quite a useful character to be added, because your first few characters you can create yourself are only of the 6 weakest classes, and you only have a couple of characters of the higher level.
It looks like I won today, but who knows what'll happen
And
next
note that
time.
I just made level 15. Gerardo comes to us at level 15. And again, I am playing all enemies. I defeated every enemy it's possible to defeat at this point. And my highest level character is not level 15, which General Gerardo, who just joined us, is. So if you're playing this casually, this is a pretty big deal. Inosuke, go fight him. I don't need to fortify. I will let him fight those guys. I need to react and see what these others are going to do. Once again, the advantage of true 100% is that it's a lot simpler. Since I have to take every stronghold, I just split my troops up. That's how I played casually for years before I started speedrunning this game. I always wanted to take everything, so I just have to do that in pretty much every scenario. It's easy. But all enemies... I'm trying to fight every enemy, but I don't want to take more strongholds than I have to, so I have to try and figure out what I can do to manipulate the AI into attacking me, which is the opposite of what I usually want to do when I speedrun this. Okay, Mikuni to the end. Imaru. And you stay there for now. I think Tobimaru actually needs...
Final battle, fight!
I got you.
One thing I love about the Soulcalibur characters is that in Soulcalibur 3, they went especially ham in most of the, or at least in many of the main Soulcalibur characters' secondary outfits, like Rock's Mammoth Head, which isn't here for the first time. They have given him that outfit before in the previous Soulcaliburs, but he's not alone. Astaroth was a big hammerhead. Voldo and Yoshimitsu in particular are a lot of fun in their helmets. Let's see. He's retreating, so okay. Nope, just holding serve there. What can I do to get those two out of their play? Maybe I'll just have to go take them and then. That's probably actually the fastest, rather than trying to do risk trying to manipulate them into the main stronghold anyway. But all of the Soulcalibur characters, when you fight them, they're in those secondary outfits, and so it's pretty amusing to see them.
Fight.
There are very few of the secondary outfits that aren't good. All the characters, of course, in Soulcalibur have generally been pretty good visually.
You still have a way to go.
I think that strangely, one of the worst outfits in Soulcalibur I've felt has been Ivy's universal dominatrix outfit she's had in various stages. Just slight changes in pretty much every one of the games. It's just a little bit over the top on its fan service. But otherwise, most of the outfits have generally been pretty appealing. But a lot of the ones here in Soulcalibur 3 are have a more humorous bend. They're fun to see. You didn't go close enough to the edge.
Final battle. Fight.
Tereha. Yeah, I usually don't fight him, so I'd almost forgotten about him.
It looks like I'm just too strong for you.
Okay, you just go ahead and take that one. Alright. Okay, they're both retreating now. That's fine. Good to know, especially for next time. Once I defeat those two attacking and those guys, I can just run them towards the middle as well.
Decisive battle.
I wonder if it would be worth building up that stronghold just so I can use ice for once.
Battle 1. Fight.
So this is our first ice battle. Ice is incredibly annoying because of how you slide. Fortunately, Spin to Win still works pretty well on ice. It tracks well and doesn't slide too super much. And still pulls me close enough to them if I manage to get the hit. But if things don't go well, it's a lot harder to recover. Plus, sometimes the craziness can happen and I can slide off the edge still. So ice is definitely bad, but usually I do better with... I do a lot better with the sword master, with the dancer than I do with sword
Battle
masters.
3. Fight.
Okay, good. Got her. Ooh, she got it fast. That's very unusual. But one of the things that makes this so devastating is that they almost never, no matter what, it's virtually impossible. Unless I am slow, it's impossible for them to get up fast enough to retaliate. It's actually worse if they delay themselves than are slow getting up. It means that I have to... they'll take the hit and then they'll stand up and the combo will be gone. They'll basically be fresh and they'll be able to react before my next hit can come out. Thank you, Alexo. Ooh, looks like Sanosuke is... Yes, he's going to arrive just in time. Awesome timing there, at least. Which means I didn't waste too much time ordering my characters to attack before pulling back.
The final battle, fight.
Come on. Yes, the power of ice on my side.
There. Are you happy now?
That's something I never get to see. Whirlwind helping me, ice helping me. This has actually already become a pretty fun speedrun. Whatever I was doing in my all enemies fresh file, I definitely didn't get to see that in action though, so very, very nice. Okay. Alright, so our battle with Haltise is already over. This last character we're fighting isn't technically Haltise. She was Haltise. Mooncalf was royalty, one of a noble at least, in the Haltise kingdom before they had a French Revolution equivalent, overthrew the monarchy and the nobility and tried to establish their republic. And the malcontent seeds of that are now rising in a new rebellion. One of their provincial governors of Valletta, apparently, they never go into great detail who he is or where he's from, but it's implied that he's a governor of a sort, a provincial governor, has suddenly gained a great army and risen up, and somebody's manipulating him to conquer Haltise for himself. So, and she is an agent of theirs, and it is implied in the text that she just killed Halfus, the leader we defeated in the previous stronghold. After we defeated him, he didn't die. He said, "Darn you," and retreated, and then had more dialogue, or, it was implied that he retreated because he had additional dialogue in this stronghold. But it's implied that he is killed, and Mooncalf tells us that we are not going to be allowed to destroy the country, even though it deserves it. Apparently, it's her prerogative. Now we have to save the Haltise soldiers. We could just leave this revolution to itself, they're going to be too busy fighting each other to worry about us. But we decide that we want to save these Haltise enemies of ours. Just a sec. Okay, I did equip her. I don't know why I didn't equip Tobimaru. That was weird. Just wanted to check that. Okay. Now, I want all the... So, let's see. Everybody at 3. This is fine. Okay. Yes, Toby is definitely who I want up top. I get Tobimaru some more experience. Come on. Some of these roads are really hard to navigate quickly, because they have ways they automatically want to go. Of course, they are not on the 4 cardinal directions themselves. So I'm not going to bother rescuing all the Haltise soldiers here. Just like conquering strongholds, it's not actually anything that does much in the game. Although, at least to be fair to attaining everything I can attain, I will be rescuing all the characters who I need to rescue in order to get them to join my party. So, and I am not allowing any of them to die. So in that sense, this is still a complete thing. And 100% because it is something you can do. I also made rescuing all 5 of them a requirement, which is kind of minor in the grand scheme of things. It's really easy to do if you're already taking all strongholds. It's not something I'm going to bother doing for all enemies, because it's all enemies, not all allies. Although, again, I am actually still going to be getting all allies because I'm defeating all enemies. The 3 that I'm skipping are the 2 generic ones who won't join me regardless, and Aelion, who joins you regardless of whether you rescue her, don't touch her, or let her die. She will still join you in the next Chronicle, so hey.
Final battle, fight.
It's over. It's over.
Goodbye.
Ring out.
Ring-outs are extremely satisfying.
I cannot afford to lose.
Ring-outs don't mean instant victory in Chronicles of the Sword. It's pretty much the only time in the entirety of Chronicles of the Sword everywhere where you can get a ring out, that a ring out is not an instant victory. Instead, it does half your maximum health and damage. So if you're at less than max health, it will count as an instant kill. But if you're more than, the game resets after taking off half of your maximum health, leaving you usually with just a sliver. Not a big deal. It would I would gain a little bit of time on fights where I get ring outs against powerful enemies if it did hit, but for the most part, I prefer that it not be an instant death because I have recovered a lot more battles because of that than I would have saved time. Okay, go. You are not part of that fight? Get in there already. Go. Yeah, I'll wait for... No, I'm not going to. Wow. She is being destroyed. So that's the disadvantage to bandits. That doesn't come out very often because of how I do this, but there's sometimes I can't wait on the fights because when there are too many of these people attacking one of my characters and she's getting destroyed.
Battle 2. Fight.
She was the one who I was damaging, and you could see that she was barely touched. That's the difference between bandits and any other class in this game, in the field. Cavalry are the next weakest, but cavalry are nowhere near as weak as bandits are.
I'll take you anytime you want.
Like, a cavalry will lose a straight-up fight to either a knight or an infantry, but it'll still be relatively close. And now we'll just take this. Meanwhile, up here we have our Soulcalibur character, Setsuka. The interesting thing about her outfit, or her secondary outfit, is that she's blonde, which makes her look like a foreigner. It's kind of a weird thing about Setsuka, and one of the reasons I didn't like her much as a character is that her whole backstory is supposed to be that she was a foreign child, orphaned. She has no idea where she's from or who she really is, but she's supposed to be obviously a foreigner, not Japanese, but was found and raised by a Japanese swordmaster. But with the Japanese outfit and hairstyle she has, and her black hair in this thing, that's the problem with allowing myself to take as much damage as I did. So first death in Chronicle 8, though, that is, even though I've been fighting all enemies, that is better than I've been doing in my last few any percent runs.
Did I do it? Did I do it? You can't get
This is a whirlwind. Yay, whirlwind. It's low level. No, I'm defending, so no, I'm conquering. It's just low level, so that's why it's affecting both of us.
I'll take you anytime you want.
So yeah, I need to remember for next time to start the battle as soon as possible, which normally I do. But of course, normally I want to try and get through here before I take this place out. Then I would have been healthy enough not to lose that battle. I wouldn't have to build this up, and I wouldn't lose time that could have been spent taking down strongholds. That's where actually most of the extra time is lost when I do end up suffering deaths, is in the fact that even though my characters will regenerate, the time that they're offline, I'm not destroying buildings. Again, it's the reason I decided to do 100%-ish a completionist style run that cut out the taking of strongholds, because it just takes so long to go through them. But yeah, Setsuka's blonde here, so she does look like a foreigner even in this Japanese style garb. And gall is she being mean today. But as you can see, this is the power of Swordmasters with this katana. It's not perfect at taking her down. She blocked quite a bit, but when I was able to hit her, I was able to do huge amounts of damage and gain all my health back. It looked dangerous and was technically a little dangerous for a bit there, but it's very, very hard for them to do enough damage to take out a Swordmaster all the way. You must fight to live. That's all there is to it. I love the little Easter eggs of the Soulcalibur characters here. No sense in them being here, since it is a different world that they don't really explain how it exists or where, how the swords are involved. But, you know, since they have pulled in Spawn and Link and Star Wars characters and Geralt now and 2B and all these other guest characters from other series, there's no sense in them really being in the 16th century Earth either, but, you know, that's how it is.
Decisive battle.
The Star Wars characters were the most especially bizarre. Clever in its own way, you know, they tried to come up with a reason that these swords were affecting the Force and bending them, and so Yoda had to go through and Darth Vader had to send his apprentice, but whoops, my timer has stopped. I'll give that up in a sec. Oh, was it stopped? Darn.
It looks like I won today, but who knows what'll happen next time.
Should have pressed F1 and that way we would have done it. I'm going to have to add on to that. Oh well. A huge deal. Alright, first battle against Heil, the Supreme General of Meletta. He is one of the most fought characters. There are only 6 characters you fight 3 times. Nope, 7. 7 characters you fight 3 times. 4 of them are Luna's plus Repemdo, and 1 is Luna herself. And then there's Chester, the evil villain behind the whole war. And then the other is Heil. So all 3 times you fight Meletta. The battle against Meletta is actually a pretty small portion of the whole game mode, whatever you want to call it. But Heil, they're pretty significant Chronicles, very generally memorable, especially Chronicle 10, the last one. So he is fighting him 3 times in a row, makes him one of the most memorable enemies, which makes Meletta seem a bigger deal than they really are. Grand scheme of things. Okay, this is another one which is the same in every category except for 100%. Through 100% because we have to defeat all enemies as part of the thing. Although I get a bit of extra dialogue because I got Jinkai before. It's also the first one where you get all 5 characters. So here everybody starts at 2 except for Suzuki, the brand new one. She gets fights of her own. Yes. So this is the one Chronicle in the game that you have two different enemies. And the previous one was the first time that we had more than just two colors, yours and the enemy's. We had the Halties. Here we also have Dalkia. Color coding is consistent throughout the game, both including the fact that both red and blue are Grandal. Two bold,
It looks like I won today.
Not right next to each other, similar colors. Not opposites. Exactly opposite of red is technically green, the yellow-blue, depending on how you define colors, light spectrum or dyes, but, whatever. Now we attack that just to get people hopping. But when last we left Dalkia, we had won 3 significant victories in a row against them. They were routed, we were deep in their territory, and Abilia, according to our troopers, they figured that she was going to get all the glory for conquering Dalkia. We were just leaving her with mop-up duty, essentially. But now Dalkia has been able to form an alliance with Moletta and send reinforcements to help them in their war against us, which they wouldn't bother doing if they were not very, very strong themselves. So, what's Abilia been doing all this time? We'll go back to her in a minute. Hopefully I didn't preempt that. When enemies start attacking, they actually have to swing their weapon and land a hit and do damage to the stronghold before they count as actually attacking it. So I may have gone too fast, which will lose me a little bit of time. Not a big deal.
Battle 1. Fight.
But no, I got all 5, so that's good. They usually attack simultaneously anyway, or close to it. But it was very, very fast on my part. Whoosh!
Battle 2. Fight.
It's over. Where are you going?
And she just barely survived. It is still, of course, much faster generally to ring out enemies than to not ring them out, even if it isn't a kill, because it does so much damage. The exception is with my Dancer. I'd rather not, because then I have to restart the combo, which can sometimes be very bad. Gives them a whole new opportunity to preempt me. Nice. Dual ring out. Always fun.
Battle 4. Fight.
It's over. Where are you going?
Battle 5. Fight.
It's over. It's over. It's over. Take heed. I cannot afford to lose.
Decisive battle. Battle 1. Fight. Knockout. Battle 2. Fight.
How's that? You're open.
Battle 3. Fight.
You're over! How's that?
Battle 4. Fight.
You're over! Yeah! How's that? You're open! You're open! How's that?
I was really thinking I'd be able to ring out with that one hit back there. If I didn't try for anything else. Because it would have elongated time, but I ended up losing that bet.
Fight.
You're over!
Level 26 monks are so weak. Monks have a decent amount of hit points, but their vitality is extremely low. Same with barbarians, both have decent attack as well. It's kind of funny that 5 of the 6 beginning classes are all super glass cannons. You know, and of course it's about weapons and people wanting to feed each other, so it's kind of not too surprising that most of the classes focus on attack rather than defense. But the lower level classes, just because of how that operates and the end destination of those sentiments, are all effectively the same. Thieves and dancers sacrifice a little bit of attack power and a lot of hit points for agility, so they move around faster, which is a pretty minor meh thing. But in the end, it's all the same. The vitality of the monks and barbarians is so low that their extra hit points mean almost nothing. They all get defeated so quickly.
Decisive battle.
Ends up making Ivy and Cervantes far and away 2 of the very hardest. Cervantes especially. Ivy not so much because of her circumstances. But Cervantes is one of the hardest of the Soulcalibur characters to bring down because he's a level 60 pirate. And pirates are where the stats start to get pretty darn good, so he has a lot of hit points and vitality as well as damage. He can kill your low-level characters in Chronicle 5 when you meet him pretty darn quickly, and takes quite a bit to bring down. Plus he's inside of a stronghold on a map where you generally have to separate yourselves. So it's sometimes you can throw all 4 characters at him when you're playing casually for the first time, and he'll kill all 4 of your characters
Battle 3. Fight.
before you can take him down. And trying to take him with all 4 is probably the only safe way to do it, and you'll still lose several. Ivy, you can throw characters at one at a time and recover, and it takes time, but if you're playing casually, you can eventually overcome her just through attrition, because she has no hit point recovery, and she is not in a... oh, why am I blocking? He's unblockable. Just die already. He still didn't go out of bounds because of his darn weapon. Sometimes prevents it. If I get lucky, it fails to prevent him from going out, and I can beat him quickly. Ugh. But, yeah. So Ivy, you can just overcome, even though she's also a pirate. Very good. The one you fight the level before, though, Astaroth, is a barbarian. So even though he's level 60, he's actually pretty darn weak. And even with only 3 characters, it's not too hard to beat him once you get, if you're, you know, any good at Soulcalibur, have any amount of ability to, if you found any amount of exploitable moves, even some of the early ones available. Of course, if you know the exploitable moves, you can beat a lot of the early guys without too much trouble, because there are 3 are available to your beginning classes. 3 pretty decent ones. Okay, I have to do slightly different things, but this actually isn't too different than I could try to go forward and hope to get extremely lucky, but I'm probably going to pull one character off to make sure that the AI will come after me. Actually, I need to go back to Suzuki. She's the one I want to have doing that. Although I could. What level are you at? Only 21? I'll have. You'll get. Ichigo, you'll get to do it. You're pretty much always forced to fight every character with the exception of 3. Anorette, who's there. Oryx right here, and Sungmin in this place. She's the only one you can totally ignore. Oryx will usually charge forward, so you usually don't have to fight him unless you want to. Anoretta usually retreats. We will see. There are certain ways you can manipulate them by moving your units around just this place. It's really hard to do, but I've kind of figured out a way, so 75% of the time I can get both of them to run forward and ignore me. Yeah, this is fine. He's cavalry. But of course, on all enemies, I want to fight all of them, so I have to make sure that they go forward. Sometimes, when I've been very unlucky, both Oryx and Anorette have fallen back to defend. That would be fortunate for me here.
Final battle, fight.
Did I do it? You can't.
Ring out. Fight.
Did I do it? It looks like I'm just too strong for you.
Since I can't guarantee that'll happen, of course, theoretically I could send all my troops forward and then just run one back just in time to catch Oryx when he starts to come that way, because he's got quite a bit of distance to travel. Maybe that'd be the best. And then if I get lucky and Oryx decides to retreat, it's pretty weird because it's not really RNG. The enemy's AI is determined entirely by my actions, but sometimes the differences in what triggers those actions is almost impossible to know which pixel movement of which characters causes the exact thing. I do know them all well enough to manipulate a large majority of the game, but sometimes some of them do act incredibly particular.
A pathetic cur.
Here is Demuth, the king of Maleta. Very noble, regal,
This king.
mighty, wielding his fan. He's a wimp. He's still going to take a while to bring down because this stronghold is offense down. Which means that my attacks do less damage, or in other words, defense up would be the better way to put it. You think he's taking little damage. Wait till you see when I go against Tile. Anoretta as well. It's not so great to fight her here rather than outside, even though I'm reducing the number of fights. Simply because the sheer amount of extra HP she gets. Again, she's a level 29 knight. But she has a lot of defense and hit points, but wait till you see what Heil is at. He is higher level, but his stats are pretty absurd. He has so much defense. For a lot of people, this is their least favorite Chronicle, they've told me. Many people have told me that because of this horrible fight against Heil, as well as the guys that come afterwards. It's such a big, nasty fight. This makes it tedious, but easy. When I first started speedrunning this, I just went with 5 Sword Masters because they have the most hit points. I knew the Katana would do enough damage. I knew the Dancer was capable of this. I'd figured it out a long time ago, but I wasn't sure it would be better for the speedrun simply because of how weak Dancers are. I knew that if anything goes wrong, they're glass cannons and they just get killed. And when I first decided to go ahead and try, to experiment a little bit, I thought I'll try a Dancer, see what they can do. And I wasn't very impressed because I was suffering a lot more damage than I thought I should have and was having trouble in some of the early Chronicles. And then I got to this Chronicle, and I was trying the spin to win on Heil, and it worked so well. Heil has a great AI, and he blocks shoulder charge repeatedly, It's very hard to get him with it, and with all the hit points he has, that just makes it all extend out that much more. Everybody except for Suzuki, actually. For Sungmina, bring that down real quick. Hopefully Mikuni will beat Sungmina. Now, on any percent, this is a fine Chronicle. I don't care much about it at all, especially now that I've I verified that spin to win just is worth it simply to use a dancer spin to win for the Heil fight. But these other fights are nothing, so it's just a whatever Chronicle. But on SC percent and all enemies, it is pretty rough simply because the Sungmina fight is awful. It's on ice. Now, if I'm lucky, I should be able to use spin to win on her without much trouble. But if anything goes wrong, she'll kill me fast because she has an AI designed to take advantage of the ice. It's really rough.
Battle 2. Fight.
I've been messing up a little bit with my katana style. I've been way too attached to the spinning jump kick, more than I usually am. There are a couple of different things I've done over the years to follow up this aerial attack. And it was actually only when I started speedrunning that I really figured out that the spinning jump kick that I've used so often is really good for ring outs because it can push them towards the edge, but it's only under certain circumstances. And again, I was about to do it again and just kind of messed up in the middle with the basic kick. I can cause a lot more juggle damage if I don't do that. But the spinning jump kick is really good if I can push towards the edge. But it's in an arena like this where it's really, there is only one edge, and there I did it again. I've just been so into it today. Other days I'm totally into not doing it, and I never do it even when it's useful, and I think afterwards, why didn't I try to... There we go. Good juggle.
You're way too weak.
Alright. Chronicle 12 is really about halfway through the... even though there are 20 Chronicles, the later ones are so much bigger that about Chronicle 12 is halfway through the mission. So I hope to be... I would like to be less than 215 by the time I get there. We will see. I saved a tiny amount of time by moving out of there. Probably about 10 seconds, so maybe not that tiny. Because of how it's only one square, I barely emerge from the place, so it doesn't look like I've saved that much. But considering how long it takes the knights to enter that last square, it probably does end up saving more than 10 seconds, which makes it worth it. Also, gives me a much quicker fight because of the lack of offense down, and if I don't get hit by stupid moves like that, the ability to ring out quite easily. Jump off the raft. A modern game would have super enhanced physics of water running off my character now because I fell out of bounds. It would retain that. At least for this fight, probably wouldn't afterwards, but...
Final battle. Fight.
I was watching quite a bit of the Final Fantasy VII remake of a couple of people streaming it. That does look absolutely gorgeous. It is possibly the best looking game I've seen yet. It makes sense, you know. Graphics are constantly improving and getting better, but holy cow, they really did make it beautiful character images, backgrounds and stuff, everything. Full world. By comparison, this old fossil is pretty bad, but, you know, it's still my beloved. Speaking of beloved, here is my waifu, my favorite character, Songmina. She's my least favorite Soulcalibur to fight, not because she's my favorite and I hate beating her up, but because she is, again, on ice. Ice is so terrible. I've only fought one ice before, and it didn't look all that bad because the AIs are bad on it. But Songmina is programmed to take advantage of it. She's almost always going to start with this spinning attack, which, right there, always starts with that. Oh my word, I got her out of bounds. That's great. Again. See, almost always. It pushes me back even when I block, which is one of the reasons, and a little poke like that too. Oh my word. Whew. That was an example of where a ring out isn't always the best thing, because it made it a lot harder to get into the hit again, and she got some hits off on me. Level 60 Gladiator does a lot of damage, as you can see. She barely hit me 3 times total, I think. And it nearly killed me. That's how weak dancers are compared to everyone else, too. Ooh. But we survived, which is the important part. So now, everybody, to the end. This is another one where I save a lot of time over 100%, true 100%, because that's 5 strongholds I don't have to conquer. I would otherwise have to split up 4.
Final battle, fight!
You're open.
Although they waste a little bit of time, throws are a greatly preferred for most fights, because they do a set amount of damage for some reason in this game. Throws do not increase their damage based on your strength, agility, or the weapon you're wielding. They always do 50 to 65. I think some of the back throws do like 75-ish, but somewhere in the 50 to 100-ish to 75-ish range, depending on the exact throw. But it doesn't vary based on stats. That throw always does the exact same. Chester could end up killing Mikuni, which would be slightly annoying, but not a huge deal. We're thinking about a 16-minute-ish Chronicle 10, which isn't too bad. A couple of extra fights I had to do. Lose a little bit more time over SC percent than I would normally think, because I did have to force the extra sideways fight against Oryx. Going forward, it would definitely be smarter to just run everybody up, and then if Oryx runs forward, run back to beat him. If Anaretta also runs forward, I can go back and defend it against both of them. Although probably Oryx will reach there first anyway. Hard to say.
Decisive battle.
Hey, no problem, Animusa. Glad to know they're appreciated. And here he is, the mastermind.
Surprised? Well, it's just as you see. I must protect this country. I had this brilliant plan of pitting Grandal and Dalkia against one another, and then rise to power during the resulting chaos. But because of your unexpected meddling, my plan is in ruins. You will pay dearly for this.
Battle 1, fight!
Yep, saw that coming. Dagger is a really awful style. It's one of the worst in the game. Bombs are okay. A lot of people use them casually. I use them casually as well. You just spam bombs and it's okay at keeping enemies at bay and slowly killing them. Not very fast though, or useful for the speed run. But the AI doesn't use them nearly enough, and the rest of the attacks are just pretty darn bad. Chester does have really, really good stats. So he was able to one-shot my Dancer with her attack that low, but with her health that low, but otherwise he's generally, unless I'm that weak, not much of it. But I think so. I think Knights and Swordmasters are the only ones who can get a Violet health bar. It's been a long time since I had a level 99 Knight, but I think their hit points will eventually get high enough for that. They're not too much lower than the Swordmaster. Okay, and now the Universal Chronicle. Always the same every time. But if you could get a Violet health bar with a Knight, it would have to be in the 90s. Very, very high. It's almost disappointing how few color changes there are in a health bar. There's only green, and then once you get high enough, it becomes a kind of blue-green. And then when it gets very high, suddenly it's purple, which looks vividly quite different. But there's no slightly, just regular blue bar or anything in between, which would have been a nice touch. If they ever did remaster this, make a brand new standalone game, add it to Soulcalibur 7, whatever, that would definitely be something they should add, change, put into it, is make it so there's a little bit more in the health bars. So, the 4 Cluster Pemdo have double missions, unique missions you won't see anywhere else as well. All unblockable plus blast would be a very annoying thing, but once you can get her down, Loopy is generally pretty easy. Very rarely does she come forward with a horizontal attack, which is what she would need to stop my offensive. Hildo is our next ice. Not our last ice, not in this mode, unfortunately. Not in this category. But luckily she's maybe the easiest ice fight overall. She's generally pretty weak. She can be nasty, but she only very, very rarely kills my main character. It's pretty rare for her to decide to be super aggressive AI. Of course, if she does, she almost always goes into combos. But she doesn't usually choose the right first action.
Battle 1. Fight!
And of course, the other effect is Cure, which is pretty minor. She does get a lot of health back because her weapon also restores health over time. That's one of Leviathan's traits. Cool name, as well as just cool looking, those wave swords, Leviathan. As well as being appropriate, since she is the water element of the Cluster Pemdo. The water of origin. But, I think her defense isn't super great, so I think with all of that health regen, it's like maybe one extra hit than I would normally need in most circumstances. Now, Eloa is the easiest of all. Holy Wings is an annoying amount of Whirlwind, which is kind of bad, but Eloa's AI is absolute garbage. She's not very good with her weapon, and her weapon doesn't work well with the way your character getting moved around. It doesn't combo very well based on that movement or do a lot of knockback. And especially with the fact that Holy Wings causes knock-up attacks to make you fly high into the air. which she has only 2 in her entire set, I believe, and she never uses them. So you'll never actually see the Holy Wings effect in most games.
I'm sorry, but I must move on.
See the aerial wind portion of it. We actually have a chance of seeing aerial wind at work in this category because we get to fight End in Chronicle 19. However, this is the bad one. Let me make sure I'm on my main character so she doesn't waste her life. AG has Impregnable, which is a combination of Quake, which we've skipped so far, every 3 seconds shakes the ground, and then the all-wonderful Guardian Force, which means that she is not affected by anything except for attack throws, if you can get them off, which is really hard. They have to land in certain ways to certain attack throws. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Like the Katana actually has access to attack throws, but it's really hard to get them to work properly. And it's really, really hard because they're follow-up attacks, and I slashed through her and did mass damage, but she doesn't care. She blocked that hit, and she doesn't care. She doesn't react, so if I get super lucky, I can kill her with one character, but it's almost impossible. That was a bit late. Oh no! That was so close to beating her with one character. If you can do that, it saves a lot of time, about a minute, and I can do this in about 7.5-ish minutes, but, nearly 8, but it's about 10 if I lose one character. As long as she doesn't ring me out, I'm fine, and there we go. So, very much, very much the worst possible mission in the entire game. If you ever had it defensively, it would be super duper overpowering, because you can easily just wait for them to attack you, and as soon as you block them, since you don't react from the block, you can immediately attack, and since you've already counted the block, you don't take any damage from it, but the enemy is in a attacking state, so they're not only vulnerable to being hit, it'll count as a counter hit, which does increased damage and sometimes other special effects. So it's powerful. Not worth... It takes long enough to regenerate that it's actually not worth building this up to revive for one character. They would arrive, if I were to build it up and then they regenerated there, they would arrive almost at the Stronghold by the time everything loaded up, so it's just not worth the time. Now the final fight against Luna, she has a new outfit and a new weapon. This is the first time the game really weaves the Soul Swords into the storyline. They actually talk about it in the introduction before the tutorial. They say how that the 2 swords affected the history of this continent or something in some way, but they don't give any details more than that. They never explain just how Soulcalibur and Soul Edge came to this world, because what we know of their history is involved in the alternate history actual Earth, not this imaginary world that has these imaginary nations that were created for them. We can imagine that it's essentially the same thing about the Sage, who is later, retconned to be the King Algol, who created the Spirit Sword, and also perfectly mastered the Evil Sword of Soul Edge, and so Soulcalibur was created to be its counterbalance and to destroy it, even though it never actually destroys it, and they all just keep getting rebuilt endlessly ill for whatever reason. Soulcalibur 5. But they never explain why or how Luna suddenly acquires it, why she is worthy of it. Or how Emperor Strife acquired it and when, whether he had it even now or later. Okay, gotta leave those two. I'm going to have you be 4. Yeah, you get to be. Okay, have to spread my characters out to fight all enemies, of course. This one's actually, that was silly to do. It's really no different than SC%, because there's so many enemies attacking from all angles that it's pretty much impossible for me to skip any of them, except for the Soulcalibur characters of Raphael and Cassandra. And so the only difference is from any percent where I get to skip those guys and concentrate my forces in the middle. It does eat up a lot of time still. Okay, it's like 3 characters are going to focus there. All the rest I get to save for that. I'm gonna go ahead and do a small safety. There's one character I'm not... Oh, he's haha. Well, she's pulling out anyway at this point, so I almost certainly need to with one more added. I can wait for the last 2, so I'm not going to lose that much time anyway.
Battle 1.
If
Fight.
there's only ever one win condition for a Chronicle, but there are always multiple, except for Chronicle 20, there are always multiple loss conditions. And technically the tutorial also only has one loss condition because none of the enemies move, so only if you somehow lose both of your characters can you lose that one. But but technically it's still written in that if your main stronghold is taken, you would lose the Chronicle. So if all these guys swarming in on my main stronghold were able to kill him and then take the stronghold, I would lose the game. But I've beaten enough of them just by fighting early. I generally will beat enough of them that even if something goes horribly wrong and they do defeat me near the end, there won't be enough left to destroy my stronghold before my guy recharges, or I'm able to bring reinforcements from those other 2 who are nearby. Of course, with my main character, it was a danger simply because of how fragile the dancer is. But the Swordmaster is actually better for defending this during this Chronicle. It took me forever to figure this out for some reason, but just with the sheer amount of life regain I get from the life stealing of Mirasame, I'm virtually invincible.
You should take better care of your life.
Even so, just to avoid the 1 in a million chance that something goes horribly wrong for me and they manage to ring me out twice in short succession and kill me, I still have a chance at recovery. Normally, of course, I'd like to wait for all 7 to reach at once and fight them all in one go so that I don't have to load up a second battle from this main place, but it's...
Decisive battle.
I have tried it before, but usually there are too many of them attacking, and so I don't make it all the way through before they finish it off anyway, so it's better just to get them out of the way. Now that one might actually just turn around, though, now that I've,
Battle 1. Fight.
once I conquer this place. Could really give up.
Battle 2. Fight.
Nice one. Chinese sword is one of the 2 strongest styles to fight against.
It looks like I got lucky.
The other one being the katana, because it's always in the hands of samurai who have the highest attack power. The katana style tends to be very aggressive with some pretty heavy hitting attacks. So it's the most dangerous. Chinese sword is next. For whatever reason, it also tends to be extremely aggressive. They tend to do a lot of mid hits, which are what's really needed to interrupt my attack and do damage to me. But, and it's in the hands of two strong classes, the Assassin and the Pirate, both of which have very, very high attacks, so Chinese sword also very dangerous. Dagger, of course, nothing. Dual rod is generally nothing as well, and is only in the hands of weaker characters for the most part. Monks are okay attack power, but again, monks are total glass cannons too. Okay, they're there.
Battle 1. Fight.
One of the neat things about my strategy is that both of my attacks that I use so much, both of my styles with these two attacks, the spin to wins from Xianghua and the shoulder charge here, both put you in a crouching state. Whoops, that was the wrong one. So that high attacks miss. So that bomb went right over my head. Despite how it looks like it's in an arc, so that it looks like it just passed above me slightly. But if I'd been closer to the end of the arc, it looks like it might have hit, or if I'd run up right into him. But it does count as high throughout the entirety of its travel, so. Okay, Toby. You had your fun. Now, Cassandra. Cassandra is a sage. Kind of a weird class. When it comes right down to it, as much as I talk as how bad the Dancer and the Thief are, the Saint is probably the worst class, because it has the lowest attack of any class. And attack, doing damage to the enemy is the most important thing in the game. Sage is a higher level Saint, so its attack is less than its defense and hit point focus. Cassandra's outfit, secondary outfit, is one of the ones I'm not super duper fond of. It's a mixed bag. It looks like kind of like a Grecian warrior style, maybe Roman warrior style, although a little bit revealing as well, which is, mixed bag. Has its cons and positives. I don't like the color scheme of it much, though, even though it is a very natural color scheme. So in that way, it's kind of real. But I like her. I'm not a huge Cassandra fan to begin with, but when I do like her, I like her better in her green and blue flashy outfits. Her secondary outfit from Soulcalibur 2, which was green, mostly that green jacket, I really, really like that outfit on her. I think that's my favorite I've seen of hers. But because sages are a lot more defense focused, their attack is okay. It's definitely better than Dancers and Thieves. So they have that going for them. They have pretty darn good defense and hit points. They're third of all the classes. Well, fourth if you include Swordmaster, which is the cheat class. But they just don't feel like they have a place, though, because they're inferior to a knight in every aspect, which the knight is one of the best too, but it isn't that much harder to unlock knight versus a sage, and the sage doesn't have very good weapons, just a huge amount of sword and shield. They get Cassandra, and they get Sophitia, and they have the sword and shield style, plus they get staff, which is pretty weak overall, and actually pretty good for speedrunning purposes. It has one really good attack in it, but no good weapons, which is one of the things that holds it back. By which I mean weapons that can keep you healed, as well as increase strength and such. and then the Chinese blade, which is a very, very poor Sophitia clone. Some of the styles are closer than others to what they were stolen from. The Iron Sword is a very obvious Siegfried and Nightmare two-handed style. Slightly more natural looking in how it's held, but very much cut from the same cloth. Sword and Shield, of course, combo of Sophitia and Cassandra and the Lizard Man.
You never stood a chance.
Katana style, very much like Mitsurugi and Yoshimitsu, of course. Similar kinds of things, but the Chinese blade is a bad copy of Xianghua that does a few unique things, but doesn't do them well. It's probably my least favorite style in the entire game, because there's just nothing about it that it is neither close enough to be comfortable or unique enough or interesting enough to feel different. I don't even have to worry about starting that fight because Rowan starts it for me. The second time you fight Rowan, he is one of the characters who doesn't allow you to cheese them. There are just certain ones in the game, less than 6 total, I think, who will automatically start combat with you if you run into them in the field rather than fight as all other units do. Kierke's both times, Rowan that time, so this is about the only one that has 2 characters to do it. Naturally, Strife in the final Chronicle, so you always meet at least one regardless. Well, and him, so 2, because he's never inside. And Kierke's there, so 3 total at least. Any of the Soulcalibur characters that are outside of there. So there's one more where there's more than one, which is Chronicle 15. Both of the Soulcalibur characters, Yoshimitsu and Voldo, are in the field. Which is very good in the case of Yoshimitsu, because he's a dangerous samurai. Rowan's unique weapon. No other character in the game has that weapon. A lot of the named characters, the last time you fight them, if they're very important, they have a unique weapon, which you will unlock after defeating them for the final time. And that's Rowan's Lance Sacrifice, which is one of the coolest looking. It looks more natural. It's like, it's not like exceptionally looking, I guess, but it's just, I like the look of the classic lance with the gold involvement and stuff. The normal lance is pretty bleh. Okay, Raphael, who is a knight, so super heavy on the defense for him. This is one of the few opportunities in the game you'd possibly get to use a glitch where it would be useful and possible, which I have shown off before, and I have a video of it in my YouTube as well as in my clips here on Twitch as well. I clipped it as well. There's a weird glitch with this property, all guard break, in which it doesn't like it if you have a guard breaking property. Certain weapons can have a property to cause guard break randomly when they're hitting. And if you use an attack from a certain style, like the Lance is the easiest one to do it with, that hits multiple times in quick succession, and they block it, but one of the first hits causes a guard break. The next time they get hit, they will take half of their life in damage. It's just really absurd. The health bar just vanishes. So, if you switch to Lance before this fight and use it, you can theoretically defeat Raphael very quickly if you get lucky. But it's RNG whether it triggers or not, and you have to get lucky enough that he will block it and not like dodge, because the only move that's really easy to do it with blocks really easy. One I have done it with before casually but haven't been able to in a long time is Katana Shuriken. It has a couple of Shuriken throws that hit multiple times in that fashion. It's pretty interesting little thing, but just not worth trying to exploit. Next up, finally, is Aurelia, the Queen of Dalkia. This is the end of Dalkia, after which Grandal will be the only power remaining on the continent, having conquered all of its neighbors. And she is a pretty pathetic final boss. You wouldn't realistically expect the Queen of a nation to be its strongest fighter. You might expect it a little bit more in a pseudo-fantasy realm like this fake continent did. But regardless, you'd expect her to fight a little bit better, especially since she is not only a named, unique character, Monarch, but also the representation for her weapon style, the sickle. But I have lost to her
So,
once
you've
when my
come.
character was literally one hit away from
Worthless
death.
servant of strife,
And
you
when
shall
you're close
pay
to death,
with
the
your
AI does
blood.
tend to get super aggressive,
For
and it does give an
daring
opportunity to,
defy
but
me.
there's
Battle 1.
only because of the weaknesses of the dancer does that small chance have. But her stats are so low. At level 43 splat.
Really give up. Did you enjoy my dance?
You would have thought that they would have given her either a better class. There aren't too many that can use the sickle anyway. It's like ninja, samurai can. Could have made her a samurai. She would do a lot of damage, but I think they made her a ninja instead, so. The only way you can tell what class she is, since you can't look at her stats, is to fight her once, lose, with only like one character, or at least not with all your characters, and then fight her again. Afterwards, you'll get to see her normal stance instead of the thing. Okay, this is an annoying one, because we're back to 4 characters. It's even worse in... that'll do. Even worse in SC% and all enemies because, or casually it's even worse than it is speedrun. It's already bad enough speedrun. You're down to 4 characters. If you're doing any percent, it's not so bad. It's a whatever. But when you have to fight the Soulcalibur characters that are tucked away here, it's the first time you have to fight 2 at once. In addition, there's another one way over here, which luckily isn't. He's easy, so that's not a big deal. But 2 at once can be kind of bad. Luckily, they are Dancer and Monk, 2 of the easiest classes in the game, and my levels are decent enough that the level 60 doesn't make a huge difference. But still really annoying, especially at how out of the way this is. I have to split my characters up. Theoretically, I could just send my main character and just beat these guys and focus the other 3, but that's a little bit dangerous. I lose a lot of time if I fail, so I tend to send 2 just for safety's sake. I don't lose that much time over successfully. I think I save in the end because of on SC% at least, which I'm basing all this thought on. I lose like 15 seconds at the most.
Battle 1. Fight.
Putting 2 down here. I was actually rather surprised by it. Because the very first time I did it, I did only do 1. I figured that was the smart option, but it was very dangerous, and I died a couple of times attempting that, and only did it a few times before swapping over. And I was only a few seconds behind my goal when I did that, like 15 seconds or so, and I was really surprised that it was that low.
Battle 2. Fight.
Take good care of your health.
Decisive battle.
All the same.
Battle 1. Fight.
You can't get away.
That was a moment where I forgot that I was using my Dancer instead of my Swordmaster. That'll almost always happen to me 2 or 3 times during a run. Boy, almost. Up. It is slightly not really stressful. The most stressful thing about this run, pretty much, is actually, well, almost. It's not really right to say that either, because some of the fights can be a little bit troublesome. Semi stressful, especially if things start going wrong. For the most part, the exploitable moves I use make this game so easy. It's the most casual action RPG you'll ever see. Not a whole lot of intense inputs and stuff, but some of the most intense inputs are in giving commands. Because of the fact that time freezes when you give orders to your units, trying to give them orders as efficiently as possible is where it gets trickiest. Where sometimes I can be really, really, really good at that, which probably saves being optimal versus not being very optimal over the course of a game could probably be worth 5 to 10 minutes, even just slightly not optimal. If you're continuously. One or two things every run. I'm a human, so I can't do every input perfectly. But one of those little things. It's something that comes up with a lot of longer style runs. We're going to talk about in some of the longer Final Fantasy games, optimal mashing through text. For like especially the PlayStation era ones versus non-optimal mashing through text can be worth 15 minutes or so over the course of a run. And it's probably the same for this with giving commands. That's just how bad this can be, but now I've got him, so no worries. 2 hits, put me down half my health. Total of 3, I think did he do that kick first, or did he just hit me with those? Changhua hit me with a little kick, but I regained a lot of that health back beforehand. I can't quite remember, wasn't paying a huge attention to my health. But most of that health loss was just from the 2 hits of Keelik's attack. Level 60 versus a dancer. I am 20 levels lower, but mostly because I'm a dancer. If I were a sword master of that level, I'd be absolutely fine. Alright, now there is a limit to how far you can order in one go, and that is the limit. So, once they get to there, I'll have to reorder them. They will arrive long after Michiko takes this place. Michiko is the one I need to focus on getting more experience for. She's really lagging behind.
Decisive battle.
Now, how am I going to get that guy? That's the question. I believe he starts retreating back at some point. I'm not sure if it's when I attack the main stronghold or possibly when I start attacking that upper one up there, but
Battle 1. Fight.
I sometimes get way too hopeful that certain basic attacks will ring out when they're kind of close to the edge. Doesn't really work that well.
Final battle. Fight.
A level 60 with all unblockables sounds like it would be devastating, but Maxi's actually really weak. Among other things, I believe it really seems in the game like they do neuter the AI for the most part if they're in all unblockable. They're not nearly as aggressive as they could or should be. And sometimes a lot less aggressive than the same character would be if you find a way to encounter them outside of all all unblockable places. Like, seriously, Heil seems to be less aggressive the second time you fight him versus the first and third when he has all unblockable. But,
Decisive battle.
even if he were kind of aggressive, he could do a decent amount of damage really quickly, but I still wouldn't be that afraid of him, simply because of how Maxi works. Maxi is really fast and good at combos, but he also has a lot of empty moves where he has to reset. And whenever I played against Maxi, the AI gets stuck in those loops pretty often. And did I do it? I don't know. I think Shu did it. Shu did it. Talking to her and about her at the same time.
Fight.
Shu did it.
Ring out.
Second Bard down. Because I played Final Fantasy Tactics so much, which has gender separation between Bard and Dancer, Bards are male and Dancers are female. Whenever I see male dancers with instruments, I have to think of them as Bards. And sometimes I call the Bards in this one in particular, who have really funky looking outfits. Just hard to describe what they look like exactly rather than just funky. So I call them Spoony Bards in honor of Final Fantasy IV. Not that it's a really proper description. Spoony just means love struck. They dress love struck? I don't know. But it's just exceptionally fancy for no discernible reason. And not in a way that's intended as offensive there. But I mean, just old-fashioned. The first one is actually kind of your Renaissance era royalty French. Had really extravagant outfits that are very silly looking to our modern society. And the second guy, Leshy, has a similar thing, not quite as pronounced, but also with a tiger print loincloth over the top. So they just look weird, and so the best description for that is Spoon Bards. Although I should actually have you just stop there. A little bit of wasted time because of that, but at what point are you going to retreat? Please start retreating at some point, because if you don't, then I have to waste a lot of time going to get you. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Did forget until I saw them again. Why is my wrist so sore? Fine. That's because I've been playing too much of that. Okay, let's see what he does. Okay, there we go. Alright, that guarantees all enemies for this Chronicle.
Final battle. Fight.
How am I going to do 14? I would like to mass fight.
Knockout.
That one in the corner is what makes it more annoying than anything. I'll do that. Yeah, that sounds. kind of fun doing this, because I'm actually having to totally invent the route on the fly again for the first time in forever. I put a lot of thought, wow, he's actually not going to make it in time. Whatever. Something to keep in mind for next time. I'll just be sacrificing whoever doesn't go.
Decisive battle.
The other thing I want to actually try is to have one character up north there just to pull him away quicker. Then I can focus on that a little bit better later on. I don't have to wait for that. That might be a possibility for next time.
Battle.
Here is Separate. Look at how awesome it is. Look at how far I've run away. Am I lucky? No. Not horribly unlucky. Now I'm unlucky. I'm very unlucky. I'm very, very unlucky. Yeah. Oh well. This can be a really rough fight because of just how bad that Separate is. I was actually doing better with the charges. I should have gone back to them when things did not go well. If I can get her all the way to the edge, it's entirely up to her if my spin to win continues because of how far I'm getting pushed back. If she decides to stand up forward, she will be in range for me to continue. But if she goes to the side, as she did once there, or backwards, she'll pull her, the Separate pushes me out of range. So, but the spin to win stun combo doesn't continue. She isn't stun locked. Unless I get her close enough to the edge that she can't go back far at all. The charge works pretty well, though, because I have to dedicate so much into the charging. But the minute that it slightly failed, I totally scrapped my ideas. Maybe that wasn't the right move. Okay, yes, we all want to be at 1. This one. Trying a totally new, unique strat. Oh, there's that. I forgot about that. Okay. My strat isn't as awesome as I thought it was when I first designed it. I guess we'll find out. Because I do have to fight everyone, I'm again trying to figure out how to group them as much as possible and not fight these individual battles. This is a little bit tricky. I have to get Mitsurugi, who's alone in the bottom right, and he's the tricky one, mostly because of all of these enemies that are all in the way. Both to avoid them in SC percent and to try and get them together here for all enemies. So it's really annoying that they're also spread out and moving so slowly and everywhere. I naturally want to fight as few times as possible and get as few orders as possible, but waiting around doesn't help either. Most of them are going to be converging towards the middle, which is fine.
Take good care of your health.
But trying to work around the others, that is the difficult part. The ones especially that do decide they're close enough to my regular troops to go after them instead of the... And, yep, I knew that he was going to be too close for that. That's 3 individual fights, which is annoying. Now it's a matter of if these two on bottom are going to be coming towards me here, or if they are also going to converge towards the middle. I'm really hoping towards the middle so I can fight them all at once.
Final
Theoretically, it would be dangerous because of my dancer's weakness, because if my dancer loses, that's the end of the game. Or the end of this Chronicle, at least. I lose the Chronicle and have to restart it, which is, of course, a huge time waste. But this is the easiest, outside of the two Soulcalibur characters, this is the easiest Chronicle in the entire game. All of the characters are otherwise generic, except for the boss. And even the boss is super low level, and they're not only low level generic rebels, but their stats are also pathetic. They only do 2 points of damage a hit to my main stronghold. So I have all the time in the world for them all to converge, and excellent. They are going after the middle. That's the good news. So I just have to wait for them all to arrive, while the rest of my main force, all my characters, except for my main character, focus on the Soulcalibur characters. Which is fine. The Soulcalibur characters here are the only ones who interact with the world. It's a unique thing in this Chronicle. It's interesting that there are so many small, unique things in the game. Like, generically, this always happens except for this Chronicle. Now, your Soulcalibur characters, they always have dialogue. They have a couple lines that they spout, which usually are taken from their actual in-game lines right before the battle, and then after you defeat them. Which, hilariously, usually what they say after you defeat them is one of their victory sayings, but they say it here when they die instead, such as Maxie's, "Aw, man, you messed up my hair," which is my favorite. Good Mitsurugi fight. He, as a high-level samurai, has the highest attack power of just one of the highest attack powers of any enemy you'll fight in the game. Probably top 5 after, probably top 3. Him and Yoshimitsu, of course, have the exact same. The only ones that would be more are End and Strife himself. But the boss of this scenario speaks right before you fight Mitsurugi and says, "You can have this one," implying that he's like hired him as a mercenary or some such thing. That seems the likely likely explanation. Are you running backwards? This is gonna throw off everything. Darn you. Gonna force another fight. Another nothing fight. Well, at least it's only going to be one of my guys. Still, it's another extra thing, too. Okay, I'll do that next time.
Final battle, fight!
It's over. Where are you going? Take heed. I cannot afford.
Only done those two before, though. That just got a YouTube comment request to make Final Fantasy V characters. I can do that on my next run. I was just thinking about it. I made Lena a few times, Bart's a couple times. Those are the only ones I've made. I guess with 5 characters, I can make the 5 main characters. Oh, please, do not tell me you guys aren't... Okay, let's see, is that... Yes, that's everybody. So I guess I'll have Mikuni fight these guys, and then run there. This will actually be kind of nice. It'll get her out of the way without putting her anywhere dangerous near Taki, at least. Not as fast as I would like, but better than nothing. But Soulcalibur, or Final Fantasy V is, again, forgot what character I have. Luckily, these guys are so weak. Even to the dancer, they don't do anything. Oh, Lee. Although I'm in danger of dying now. Because I started off with a, forgetting who I was, and then allowing a couple hits. These guys are so weak, though. Odds of this continuing are low.
Battle 2, fight!
But unlike most of the Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy V only has 5 total characters. 4, and then you only change out characters once throughout the entire game. But since that gives a total of 5,
Battle 3,
I can do my 5 characters into Bart's, then Galuf, Paris, and then Kryle. Hate that name. That's one of the first. I'm one of those stubborn people who clings to original translations, who doesn't like Aerith, but always calls her Eris. Aerith sounds like whoever named her had a lisp, but I'm sorry if you have a lisp and that insults you, but it doesn't sound right at all. Similar to Titus, who should be pronounced Titus, but Titus is very similar to actual Western names, and since it's not an actual Japanese name, I don't see why the inferior Japanese pronunciation there should be kept. I don't know where Chryle came from. Kara was the first fans translation I've heard, but the name Chryle is just so weird. I have no idea where that comes from. Of course, Bart's is pretty bad too. Butts is equally bad though, so I don't know. Butts, I kind of like getting requests for making my characters though, because since I do this so often, I try to be different. I just don't know, and so I keep doing the same comfortable things over and over again. Having a goal to actually search for gives me a little bit more motivation for it. It's why I did these. I just was thinking, I don't feel like going all out for a Final Fantasy group play. I'm just going to do Japanese characters again. It's an easy enough theme for all my characters to do. There's several default options which are pretty close. I'll just go with that and be done. We're going to both have all guard break, which is pretty hilarious. That actually does help them more than me, but doesn't really matter.
Battle 1. Fight!
You should really give up.
Final battle. Fight!
It looks like I won today, but who knows what'll happen next time.
Yeah, you just stay there. I'll finish this with these three. No, I need to get every bit of help I can. It makes it faster. Maybe it'll only be towards the ending. It's so far to go. Ahead again to the next couple of Chronicles, as I often do.
Decisive battle.
15 is going to be kind of tricky. 16 is not too much different than SC%. And SC%, I actually come up with a way of skipping a couple of others, but I won't this time. So it's easy enough to do, because it's actually a trick I came up with to... Oh, I forgot. This is kind of bad. Hockey can theoretically kill me, which would end this, but it's going well, so not bad. My dancer is going to have a lot of extra experience this time. I mean, which... Of course, I'm fighting all enemies, so I'm going to get a lot of experience. But there's a lot more of it going to the dancer than I would have thought, I think. I could also theoretically lose to this boss, but he is one of the other easiest in the game, next to Aurelia. He is so low level and so weak. He also has a useless mission. Smash never seems to work quite right. Sometimes it actually causes extra damage, which can be nasty, but only a couple of the hits actually have the smash effect, which is more annoying than deadly or dangerous anyway.
Decisive battle.
Hi, sir. Okay, here's Ignis. Cool name, lousy outfit, lousy stats and fighting ability.
Battle 1. Fight.
Cape is nice. I don't like the shoulders. And there we go. He's worth an awful lot of experience, though. I gained 2 levels from beating him. The amount of experience that certain enemies give is really inconsistent in the game. All of the level 60 Soulcalibur characters give 1,000 experience, which is quite a lot. But there are quite a lot of enemies that seem to give more. Almost went to the save screen. But I successfully did save screen. Okay, here's the tough one. Normally, I really try hard to avoid fights in this one, but trying to get them all isn't super duper hard, but again, optimally is the thing. Okay, I want pretty much everybody on 5, I think, except for 1. Stay at 5. I don't care. Michiko, yeah, you go to 5. Could have been at 5 as well. Hard to say. Actually, decisions.
Final battle.
Okay.
Fight.
That was a nice sidestep. Close enough that the sidestep even let me avoid the swinging high attack there.
It was a decent match.
Okay, you run back to defend, Tobibaru. Yeah, this is third. He's defending it, so of course we're gonna have to defeat this and reorder them all anyway. I could theoretically destroy this a little bit quicker by running forward, but then I'd have to run back as well for another order. It's just so hard to say.
Decisive battle.
This Chronicle is now my favorite. I really like this one in any percent now because of how I get to.
1. Fight.
I really enjoy Chronicles when I get stupid Quake. Normally, this nothing character, she's gonna kill me. Again, I've said it before, but I always have to say it multiple times run. Any character can at any time decide that they are the one and just utterly dominate. So annoying. This time she decided that she was the one. And then she died, but she put up an awful lot of trouble beforehand. One of the little things I don't think about nearly as much as I should, but those are the kinds of things that actually cause a big difference in time. How much time I spend on a... Next. How much time I lose here and there. I sometimes get surprised by it. Like, oh, I thought I did all my things perfectly, but I lost a minute. How? It can be just because a couple of the fights go a little bit worse than they should. They eat up 5-10 seconds here or there with a couple of extra hits versus perfectly killing them in the minimum amount. Waste a lot of time. Getting a couple good ring outs like that can save a lot of time. I just don't think about that enough when I'm trying to figure out why I save or gain time on certain scenarios, certain Chronicles. But it's really natural when you think about it. You know, of course you lose a lot of time if the enemy takes quite a bit to kill. If I were to have a lot more splits based on particular fights, I would notice that a lot more. When I fight 20 times in a Chronicle, which sometimes I do, that's going to be defended, so... Now this one's simple enough. I was overthinking a little bit what I needed to do for it. Just a little bit of spreading out to make sure I get all of the stragglers. But this one... I really like what I've done with it in any percent now. I still haven't done it successfully as too many times, but a little slip up can mess it all up. But one of my biggest questions in the entire run was how I could do this without fighting either Rudiger or Feofan, who are the two general types. We're about to fight Feofan. There he is.
Battle 2. Fight.
Feofan and Rudiger are the two potential recruits you can get. They will join at the beginning of the next Chronicle, whichever one you defeat first. If you don't defeat either one, neither one will join. But I thought that was impossible for the longest time. There are so many aggressive enemies, and my stronghold is so much weaker than Gerardo's. It seemed impossible, but I finally did figure out a way to defeat just enough enemies to keep my base just alive enough to not have to be able to skip both Rudiger and Feofan. Quite incredible. I'm very proud of it. And it saves not only a little bit of time on this map versus having to fight one of them, but it can save a whole lot more on the next map because, well, not a whole lot more, but it's like 15 seconds of text, even as fast as the text goes. Not having the text of whoever joins up with you is about 15 seconds of time, which is a pretty incredible amount for such a simple thing. There's a couple other lines I didn't get to skip because of all enemies, but they're a lot shorter. Because it's the same with the first time you fight Gerardo in Chronicle 2 with either Jinkai or Xiaoxin. And there are 2 times that they will join you because everybody leaves after Chronicle 12. All of your recruited characters versus the ones you custom make.
Decisive battle. Battle 1. Fight.
Battle Maids. Ninja Battle Maids. Okay, she's a monk, not a ninja, but close enough. There are quite a few ninja maids in the ranks of Gerardo's rebels, which I haven't talked about the story for a little here. Here's the other commander, Rudiger, the actual knight. But after a year, Chronicle 13 takes place a year after the war ends against Dalkia, and we've become pretty much the commander-in-chief of all the forces, largely because General Gerardo has retired and then risen up in rebellion. He's not really declared independence or anything, he's just risen up, literally raised an army in rebellion to overthrow the Emperor. And we, being the stupid, lawful stupid, loyal soldiers that we are, even though it's General Gerardo, our beloved commander, father figure, sure, we decide, well, tough break, and go to follow our orders to defeat him for the Emperor. Abelia is the one character we have previously. It's really rough going into Chronicle 13 casually because you did lose all of those previously recruited characters. All of the other members of your army were thin out. So I didn't even mention Voldo's cool outfit, Sun and Moon. There is Yoshimitsu's Squid Head, which we'll get to see a short amount of time. He can be very dangerous because he's a level 60 samurai. Especially if I'm fighting him with a lower level character. But, he's not that bad because he can kill me. But it's not a super big deal because he doesn't get any health back, so eventually I'll overcome him regardless. But like most, he usually falls to thing. But the great Cthulhu, Yoshi Cthulhu, has been defeated. Cthulhu Mitsu? Gonna stay here a moment. So I can go fight that guy. And this is the one little bit of thing I have to do on SC%. Theoretically, I could probably ignore those that cavalry on SC%. But most of the rest of the enemies I do end up having to fight. Because I have to come through the southern areas to get Voldo and Yoshimitsu on SC%. Any percent, of course, I get to do my cool skip now.
That was a pretty good warm-up fight.
Chronicle 14 I prefer on any percent as well because I came up with another really cool, a very similar kind of base race strat where I've figured it out so that I can take the enemy's base just before they take mine and avoid most of the more annoying fights. Chronicle 16 I actually prefer on SC% now, even though I hate fighting the Soulcalibur characters there. Yun Sung and Talim together especially are really bad, and I'll get into that more next Chronicle. But because of a strat that actually my sister suggested that I tried out, I was able to figure out how to avoid fighting a couple of them. Hooray for Separate. And it's kind of fun. They're two really annoying fights, and the fact that I get to skip those on SC%, even though I don't on any percent, is pretty fun. Kind of a weird little amazing galaxy brain strategy. That actually works well on that actually works really well on Separate. I need to keep that in mind. Shoulder charge into shoulder charge actually works well. Coming up on the 3-hour mark, which would mean normally on any percent we'd be close to done. SC% we'd probably be closer to Chronicle 18. Not quite that far, closer to 17. Get to run back here, do this battle real quick, and then that's everybody's down except for Gerardo. Gerardo is another one of the unique things that they did only in this Chronicle for whatever reason. Gerardo does not start fighting your main character. Every other place, as I mentioned, it goes down the list, and if I were to skip my main character, it still wouldn't choose number 2. It just chooses randomly. Kind of randomly. I think it tends to do whoever it thinks is weakest. So if you have a heavily damaged character, it'll do that character. If another character is really low level, it'll choose that one. I'm not sure what stat exactly they choose to mean weakest, but I know that hit points are a big part of it. But not entirely, because, you know, your main character actually has less hit points than our sword masters. Seriously, no joke. Even though she's higher level, 41, 340, 400, 400, 409, 386, 340. Almost never chooses the main character, even if she is the weakest. But so it's a combination of level versus hit point amount, percentage, and various other things. Never has chosen the main character. It'll be interesting if it does this time for the first time ever, because I happen to be injured. It's It's really rough because, but besides that, it's also one of the hardest individual fights in the game. It's the one where I have never, ever, ever beaten it with a single character. Gerardo is just too strong. Theoretically, Strife is a harder character, but you can... it's kind of a they're exact opposites. This is hard because I cannot combo him at all, even though his offensive stats are not particularly strong. But he does have ridiculous health, so it takes forever to whittle him down, especially since I can't combo him or do anything. Guardian Force is just super duper strong. Strife is definitely a much stronger, harder character in general, but not having Guardian Force theoretically makes him easier. Although one or two hits can end the fight. I've come close to beating him with a single character, but I don't think I've ever done it with just one. Not on a normal speedrun setting, at least. With, like, super... Oh, yep. Almost always get something like that there. It's really hard to avoid that when... This attack tends to work well for it just because of how easy it is to get above them. Theoretically, I can also use those... And there's my death. Died because of the life drain. That was a really good first fight. This is a pretty good Gerardo overall. As long as he doesn't totally dominate my next character. But it really seems like it's programmed to make your main character go last. I guess for drama of it or something. Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay, it just went from a good fight to a bad one. That was a good hit. Gave me back a little bit of health. Nope, that's it. Okay, 2, which is pretty average. 1 is good. 2 is okay. More than 2 is really bad. Not that it matters. This is a first run, so I'm not super duper bummed by not the best luck anyway, because it means that my next run will be, you know, the worse this run is, the next, when I actually have times to go against, the better it will be. Which makes my accidental pause of the thing more unfortunate. The one other thing that makes him easy and really makes it the opposite of Strife is I can theoretically, and often do, kill Strife with one person, which is why I think of him as being easier than Gerardo. But Gerardo will eventually kill himself. He has no way of getting back life, and he damages himself every time he attacks. So war of attrition, he will die. Also longest cutscene in the game by quite a large margin.
Think for a moment. For whom do you wield your power? For what purpose? And against whom? You must learn to control that strength yourself. Otherwise, you will never become a true warrior.
Some things I'd like in a remastered version of this. The ability to turn off death animations after for your characters on the map. Okay, Chronicles 16. A couple of unique things here. Here's our big long conversation with Feofan. We're down to 3 characters for no explicably good reason. Which makes this my least favorite Chronicle by a pretty huge margin. The one saving grace, I hate this Chronicle on all modes. SC percent, I now get to skip a couple, but it's still pretty awful because I have to fight 3 extra Soulcalibur characters when I only have 3 characters to begin with. The second worst Soulcalibur fight in the game next to Sung Mina, quite possibly the worst Soulcalibur fight actually, is Yun Sung and Talim, who are both 2 really weak classes, but they're in a whirlwind, and like Sung Mina on ice, they are programmed to take advantage of it. And it's in an arena where the whirlwind seems to work quite well at pushing you towards the edge and off of it. And with only 3 characters, that's what probably makes the biggest difference in making this a worse fight than the Sung Mina one technically could be, is I get 4 characters, I get 5 characters, so I can use 4 and still not be in danger of losing, where I could very easily lose 3 characters to Yun Sung and Talim. And even if I only lose 1, that is a 33% loss in my firepower for the minute or so it takes for them to respawn, which is why you lose so much time. It costs about a minute to lose a character, roughly, depending on the map and how close you are to the end and everything. But it takes, because of respawn times and the amount of damage you lose taking the next stronghold, you lose about a minute per death if it's not the last fight. Because of the death timers and loading up the next character, you lose about 30 seconds if it's in the final fight. So generally not a huge deal. Kind of not nearly as bad, at least. Roughly 30-ish seconds of difference. Losing them in the last fight versus losing them before then. Kind of doesn't matter where it is if it isn't the last fight, because it's the same amount of time loss. But theoretically, Chronicles with less people, it's a little bit more because you're losing a greater percentage of your firepower against buildings. Still amazes me how much untapped potential there is in this game mode, though. For a game mode that was thrown together for just to show off the Create a Soul, that didn't have a huge amount put into its depths, it has a lot of potential for customization as well. If you had a builder tool set to make your own campaigns, set up your own strongholds with your own missions, have an entire map full of down loos would be an interesting one. You could do like old Heroes of Might and Magic and have just unique standalone maps that you could play with set characters, or, you know, building your own campaigns to tell your own stories and such. Since it's pretty base anyway, there's just a huge amount of untapped potential there. Make a scenario where you have to defend against you get one of the powerful defenses, but you only get a couple of characters and you have to defend against 30 attackers. Some such thing. You know, you could make Chronicles like that. It would just be a slight change of pace. It'd be so interesting. There's probably no Chronicle I talk about random stuff like that more than this one. Because again, and I complain about, because just having 3 characters on this map is so horrible. It's on 100%, it is not the longest, because I have to conquer so many more strongholds. I only have to conquer like an extra 3-ish versus SC percent. But Chronicle 19, there's like 8 extra strongholds or something, and it's a much bigger map. But on pretty much every other mode, this one is actually the longest Chronicle because of all the extra, just because of having 3 people for those few strongholds. Now, it is true the 3 does make those few 3 extras a lot more painful, each one, than the 19, but 19 is just so huge, it's the worst on you. I don't think it's going to be too bad on all enemies, though, because there's only actually a couple enemies I skip on SC percent. Only a few I'm able to manipulate out of combat. So once again, I just have to not worry about manipulating them out. some ways it'll be pretty refreshing that Yeah, it's not quite going to be as perfect as I would like it to be, mostly because of Nightmare. It's a what-if that would make things really, really nice, but it's not a huge deal, though, either way. There's still one fun thing I'll get to do. Just ignore once. Wow. Eilana's being mean. Though she is the first of what I call the elite guard. Maybe I should call them the super soldiers of the Grandal Empire. But starting here, you have a bunch of high 40s, low 50s enemies over the next couple of Chronicles. Not 17, but 16, 18, and 19 all have them. As well as Resentimal in Chronicle 20, who they say deliberately are inhuman super soldiers that are the Emperor's most powerful guard. But the ones in 16, 17, and 19 are close to that anyway. They're much better AI, much more aggressive, much higher level, and they seem to have even better stats than they should for that level. Actually, I'm going to do the safe play. It would theoretically be a little bit faster if I were to go ahead and let her fight. This is the same strat I use, by the way, to not fight them in SC percent. It could theoretically be a little bit faster to just go for Tali Minyun Sung's place, and that would pull the cavalry into that place, and then when I go around, it would pull the infantry into the battle with Konomi there in the separate one. So that would be theoretically a time save. Ooh. Yeah, that's how dangerous these guys are. Yukina especially. As I said, Samurai, Katana, the worst style in the game to go up against, as well as being the overall most damaging high power for your use. But it would be exceptionally... I don't want to face another character in that Whirlwind dungeon. That just sounds like a not good time. Ping Lin can also be really dangerous. Luckily, she was nice to me today. She was almost fast enough to... Not quite fast enough. Got her. I need to do that a little bit more. It's still kind of dangerous, though, so that's why I don't do it as often. But if I just press R1 instead of holding it when I go into spin, it comes out immediately, doesn't do a guard break, of course. Still a little bit of time while I'm rolling that I'm off that I'm vulnerable, of course. But it is a nice change-up, and sometimes the computer falls for it. I'm not sending her down to Zosselmil. Zosselmil is one of the funnest missions down Luz. A lot of people think it's one of the worst because he is programmed to take advantage of this as well. But it just so happens that I know his weakness, which is Katana Shoulder Charge, believe it or not. He is exceptionally weak to that attack. He's really good at sussing out my attempts with the Dancer. It's about a 50-50 toss-up if I'll beat him or he'll beat me. Because down lose means whoever falls down loses. If you get knocked off your feet, if you get knocked in while you're in the air or something, you know, if you'd fall down and land on your back or on your front, you get blasted in the air by a bomb and you lose. You're about to see it. Hopefully to Sawmill. About one time in 10, he preempts me, but not this time. Boom! And that's that easy. Shoulder charge just happens to come out fast enough that he has no idea what to do with it. If you take any kind of time at all, otherwise, though, he usually has a really good horizontal attack that knocks you off your feet and gets him the instant win. He uses it really well in a lot, but just shoulder charge is too much for him. I'm probably going to lose Mikuni here on this coming fight. because this is just such a tough matchup. It's hard to do anything in the Whirlwind. You can't do much follow-up. I wonder if Shoulder Charge into Shoulder Charge would work well in Whirlwind. It might, actually, since it does some tracking. Most of the other follow-ups I do, because of the getting pushed away, don't work, especially Spin Jump. I try to do Spinning Jump Kick quite often, following up a successful Shoulder Charge lift against Whirlwind, and it almost never works. But Shoulder Charge into Shoulder Charge might be the secret. It is hilarious that I can still discover new strats for this same boring old run 4 years after I first conceived it. Largely because of accidents. Oh god. That should not have hit. I blame the Whirlwind for that. I should have sidestepped it. And yeah, that's how rough it is. Whirlwind is really hard to get around properly. And I was low health, which tends to make them more aggressive. Yunsung's only a thief, so with the extra levels I had, I was really off. Not as good as that should have pushed him out, but I think Whirlwind actually kept him in. Okay, good. Yeah, Shoulder Charge into Shoulder Charge works pretty well for this fight, too. For a Whirlwind as well as for Separate. I might get to use it again if I'm unlucky against Konomi. Oh, ran under her. Stupid Whirlwind. Whirlwind is in some ways worse than Separate because you can't predict the way you're going to react. Even if you've figured out the direction it pushes, the way your characters react in the movement is slightly janky in this game. It was still pretty early in the full 3D development of that, so there's a little bit of jankiness in the... Let's see, I'd lose a bit of time building this up to level 3. But my other thing is not far, so it probably is worth it not to bother. Because it's a short distance, but maybe it was enough. It probably would have saved a bit of time to build that up, but oh well. I'm close enough. Not that much. Not a huge deal. Just as long as I don't respawn back in the main base, eh? Kind of funny that no one has ever asked this, but it is something that I have thought about and that I mention on occasion. A normal speedrun, theoretically, if you know where an action is going to happen when it has to zoom into it, you think being closer to it would be faster. And maybe just everybody else who watches notices it as well, so they don't even think to ask, but it's an optimization I've seen in a lot of other speedruns. Something of that similar sort. You want to be close to where something is going to trigger. So the screen, you know, just using the screen, making sure the screen doesn't have to readjust as much. But the way the zooming in functions in this game... That was great. Your face is pale. He's an old man. What do you expect? Wow, I don't know if I've ever heard that line before.
You still have a way to go.
Oh. But the game is actually programmed so it takes the same amount of time to initiate an event, like taking a stronghold, resurrecting, you know, whatever happens that I get pulled to an event, a fight starting, somebody dying, whatever. It's programmed to take the same amount of time. And I've never exactly officially timed it, but it's so different, it's quite evident. If you're far away, it zips instantly to the location at high speed. While if you're close, it takes its time to shift over. And so it really seems to be the same amount either way. Okay, so luckily my main character is going to be fully fresh for Konomi, which means that my odds of dying are extremely low, which is always good. I almost wonder, though, if it would be worth it to pull her back and let the Knight's fight with shoulder charge into shoulder charge. Kind of a toss-up. If I get lucky, Spin to Win can still dominate pretty hard. When I'm low, it's definitely better to swap off. I have learned that. But since I'm full, I think I'll just go ahead and see. Because it is a guaranteed time loss to have to pause to pull away.
Decisive battle.
So I don't know if I'll make it up or not with a better fight. So why take a guaranteed in the hope that it might save a little bit of time? Or maybe not cost as much time.
Battle 1. Fight.
Yeah, stay down! Did I do it? Yeah, stay down!
Yeah, I'm close enough. Good. Alright. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yep.
I'm sorry, but I
Konami is also not as bad as Brunhild in Chronicle 13. Chronicle 13. Of course, that's a level 5, I believe, Stronghold. Maybe it's only level 4, but it's a final Stronghold, so it's even higher level. And she is a lance, which is a much worse weapon to be fighting at range than Konomi's Katana Shuriken. But Konami is the real final boss of this. Kagami, whose name means mirror, as someone pointed out. Kagami is the final boss here, and he is not nearly as scary, especially since he doesn't have a powerful mission. All guard break is a joke of a mission. Means nothing, really. This is the second longest break in the game, next to the Gerardo cutscene. It just, if you don't die here, the time it requires to order all 3 of your guys through here and for them to travel the path, and then for 3 of them to beat down this enormous stronghold, a decent amount of time. And the walls come tumbling down. Again, I submit this as Exhibit 1A as to why I've decided to try for this complete-a-thon, submitting in all enemies rather than a true 100%. Because taking down these strongholds takes so long, and we just sit there staring at them as they burn. If I were to run this at like a GDQ or whatever, these would be wonderful times to do donation reading. But it's a lot of boring downtime. Having the extra fights is quite a bit more interesting. Things get exciting. I have more losses, a lot more wins. I'm already up to level 46, which is pretty incredible. And and it's not at the expense of the others' XP. Everybody's going to be in the 30s. Except for her, she's going to be in the 50s. Maybe, although I have to beat everyone. Maybe I'll do something really crazy and I'll go with a cavalry final Chronicle 20. Might as well. I'm going to have fun here. Why not? Let's try cavalry 20. That sounds like fun. Okay, this one's going to be quite a bit different. This one's going to be nearly 100% because I have to defeat every enemy, and most of them don't leave their strongholds. So, let's see. Back to 5, finally, which is good. I can ignore that. There's only one stronghold I get to ignore, so... let's see. Let's go 4... Okay, one at 4. Everybody at 4 and 3. 4, let's have 3. I could have some at 2 as well, but... go there. Oh, I do need to send one that way, though. Darn it. Because I have to break off. Almost forgot about that. Oh, wow. My weird maneuver has done something unique. Mega's being pulled that way. Almost always, Mega comes to defend this place. Although usually my entire force is concentrated here. But because the way I split the group up, they're coming to one of these other places, which is going to be interesting. Nothing? Perfect. Not that he's bad in Coin Collector either. So, yeah. 5 in Quake, but most of those guys are going to be nobodies as well. This is the one time, and 100% in all enemies is the only time I have another ice after Hildo. Hildo is normally the last ice, but I have to worry about ice here, because that's what Reese is on. It is Reese, isn't it? No, it's Yuri Dice. Been so long since I've fought anyone other than Mega, I've forgotten. Okay, this is nothing. This is Larage. This is one of the 2 Halties we saved back in Chronicle 8. Oh, Mega. That's right. Oh, darn it. I fell for it. And now he's starting that loop. Seriously? Come on. That's the other horrible thing about the katana is they can do the throw loop, and they don't give you nearly enough time to try and break out of it. Mega is the only one of these guys who moves out of his stronghold, which is why there's another. So there's actually 2 strongholds I won't have to take. And yep, there's Larage. Oh, come on. Take a bath.
You still have a way to go.
Indeed you do. Alrighty. Let's those 2 down. I probably might be smarter not to divide them randomly so that I know that I'll be hitting the same groups.
Decisive battle.
Because of shuffling through characters. It just would be smarter to not to mention changes any.
Battle 1. Fight.
Did I do it? Did I do it?
Ring out. Fight.
Did I do it?
Give me more coins. Only 43.
I'll take you anytime you want.
One of the great things about Xianghua and Coin Collector is that just the way the attack hits and the way she positions spills coins out to her at maximum volume. The way the katana style works, it avoids most of the coins. I probably hit about 300 out of her. The coins are meaningless, of course. They do actually give you more gold at the end of the mission if you're not maxed, but since I have maximum amount of coins, they mean nothing. Yes, Suzuki. You want to take that because you're the lower level one. Michiko. Go this way. On every other percent, this actually is a place where I ought to consider pulling my person back more often as well, because Donna is really great against glue. Normally, glue isn't that big a deal most of the time, but it does pull me in super close range while I'm trying to set up. When you're at further range, when you try to start, the farther away you are when you try to start the spin to win, the better chance you have of the enemy not aggressively beating you to the punch and taking advantage of your vulnerable window. Which is why sometimes I use a strat of pulling myself away, which I should have used a couple of times this run, but didn't. Not a big deal.
One. Fight. Battle 2. Fight.
Get the short one there because I knew I wouldn't sort of get to the long one with. Oh, you're still alive? Why? How did that not hit either? This game is being wrong. I'm not supposed to operate like this. Quake isn't that big a deal, but the longer the fights are, the more you have to fight, like in the harder it is to deal with it. Of course, it's also actually more problematical against my main character. I shouldn't have sent my main character here because it's a whole lot easier to... Nice counter hit. Because it takes so long to set up, that means that the extra time is that much more hurtful. Canon, yep. One of the other characters I rescued from Haltis. Okay. Whew. Yeah, 5 characters there is rough.
I'm sorry, but I must move on.
Okay, that is going to be Blast, and it's going to be Aeneas. Aeneas is your first character, your primary backup. He's also the only one who joins you even if you don't defeat them. Because these are all of our characters that used to be part of our army. They've been pulled together to prevent a confrontation to us. You know, they were all removed from our service. Oh, jeez. Second it is mid, so... Kind of hoping for that since she's so weak, though. I can go at the Chronicles now, though would have preferred it elsewhere. Whatever. But they
Battle 2.
They don't want to fight us, but the commander here, Aeneas, has given them shards of Soul Edge, which have turned them into zombies. So they follow they now follow his every command, and they were going to refuse to fight us until they were given these shards. Because we're such a beloved commander, even though we have no real personality or anything other than a loyal lapdog up until we kill Gerardo, and then we're like, oh, now we feel bad. But because Aeneas is the first character who joins you, he becomes the mouthpiece. He's programmed to automatically join because that same as how Aelion always joins after Chronicle 8, even if you don't save her. They have to assign a character a mouthpiece because they didn't want to put... I'm kind of, putting words in their mouth here, but it seems to me they did not want to put extra work into adding in too much extra programming. They wanted to have an event happen even if you didn't save anyone or anything, so there is a character designated to be the voice and they will join you. They could have theoretically done a lot of different things. I don't know. I don't know how deep the programming is, but sadly decided to do it, so... Aeneas is also one of the more useful ones. So Ice is going to be Yuri Dice. No, Minus Guard is Yuri Dice. Ice is Reese. I remembered it right the first time. Reese is going to be here. She's the Wave Swords. That's Yuri Dice. On Minus Guard. Minus Guard is one of the sillier ones. Your health goes down when you hold guard, and only when you hold guard. Woo, big whoopty. It's a small drain too. It isn't anything big or huge, so it's one of the most insignificant of all of the missions.
Final battle.
Of course, I don't guard very often. Mostly I just shoulder charge to victory or spin to win. There. Eurydice is a pretty useful character casually, especially if you do know the secret of the Iron Sword A-B attack. Plus, she has really good stats, so she'll have better stats than your main character if you started with the Barbarian, which is pretty common since it's the first one in the list. She's a knight, I believe, so she has a lot... Or, no, she's a pirate, which still has really good stats. Very strong defense, very strong attack. Much better than a Barbarian. And here's Tira, whose secondary outfit. I didn't even mention Sophitia's secondary outfit, but it's one of the ones that I prefer to their primary. It's not a joke or anything, it's just a cool-looking blue battle dress. Sophitia, like... it's kind of funny. Both Ivy and Sophitia in this game had slight adjustments to their classic outfits. That kick is about the only attack that would have been fast enough to preempt my shoulder charge. And of course she used it. Not that it matters. Sword Masters are so strong and get so many stats back. This is a laughable fight. I get so much health back from doing damage with the Mirasame. But Ivy's dominatrix outfit is always purple, except in this game they made it white for whatever reason. No idea why. They decided a change was in order, and then they decided to revert back for all the rest of the game. It actually looks kind of good white, but is still just, you know, a little bit over the top and revealing, especially with her over the top specs.
Decisive battle.
Sophitia has that same kind of short skirt battle dress too, except in this one they took all the blue out of that outfit and seemed to make it slightly gauzier, so it just looks like she's fighting in a night shift, like she just got up out of bed and picked up her weapon and came, which is a whatever thing. Oh yeah, ice. She sidestepped. Okay, now I've got her. There's Reese, our second character. Last ice in the game, thank goodness. No more ice.
It looks like I got lucky.
So I greatly prefer her secondary, Sophitia's secondary outfit in the actual battle dress. The rest of the time I think it's fine. The one that she had in Soulcalibur 2, Soulcalibur 1, Soulcalibur 6. Soulcalibur 4 was also kind of bad. It looked slightly less shift-like, but was still... She really needs the blue to make the outfit look good, I think. She looks too good in blue. I wonder if they visually just wanted to make her a little bit different from Cassandra, but Cassandra looks a bit different anyway, by, for one thing, being a lot more covered, generally, in her main outfit. A lot more covered. Kind of sad in ways. Okay, that's everybody right? Yeah, 0-0, good. I thought so, but it's been a while since I've done anything of the sort in this one. It is so... the same every time. It's the one in any percent that I actually fight the Soulcalibur characters because it's just faster to come through Sophitia and Tira. Anyway, Aeolus, the boss here, is the second character in the game after the first one we fought way back in Chronicle 4, who is exceptionally tall for no particularly good reason. They both have the same face-covering head. They both have names that have A's, E's, and O's in it. Makes it seem like more than a coincidence, even though one is Dalkia and one is Garandal. Makes you wonder if they were twins separated at birth or something. Or maybe Aeolus was also part of Dalkia and surrendered, and that's so why he looks like he almost could be the twin of Arion. He's also a wimp, though.
You should really give up. It was a decent
89 wins. And now Aeneas, the mouthpiece, says, "Oh, wow, we just woke up. So it looks like you've got yourself in trouble, huh, Chief? We'll help you out." Okay, now final fight against Abelia, who is the ultimate lawful stupid character. She says it herself very well in the cutscene. So now I have to figure out what I'm going to do here, though. I don't want my main character involved in too many fights because if she dies, I lose. I might have her do nothing. Because normally I want to use her as a distraction, to try and pull away some of the enemies so I don't have to fight them. But of course, this is all enemies. I do want to fight them, so I'll just have her on standby. And hopefully most of the enemies will actually be pulled towards me here in the middle bottom, so I can fight them all. I need to go towards the bottom because our Soulcalibur character is there, Siegfried. He's got another secondary outfit that's just cool that I kind of like more than the primary one. Not because I dislike his primary one. His primary outfit is really awesome. He looks like a cool, armored, noble knight with his flowing, wonderful, long blonde hair. He just looks cool. But it just isn't... I always laugh at myself when I talk about that too, but it's not very realistic compared to his secondary outfit. He's supposed to be running around with both swords, one jammed into the other, Soul Edge and Soulcalibur in great sword shape, the both of them, and he's trying to hide them as he wanders around the world trying to find a way to get rid of them. And so, the last thing you'd want to do is run around conspicuously as a knight in shining armor in addition to having his huge swords. Make yourself more conspicuous, why don't you? Not that it'd be easy to hide them at all anyway, so the realism thing is a really stupid point, but it's just one of those things. But his more vagabondy, mercenary... Yeah, Aoka does do a lot of damage. She's a high-level samurai, though, so that's to be expected. But his secondary outfit's more vagabondy, just normal mercenary-ish. Let's see how much damage I'll take. Probably quite a bit. No, not doing a whole lot. I can wait. I can wait for 3. Because I'll recover pretty much all of it. That's another toss-up damage-wise. Or time-wise there. Here's Baldwin, the interesting character. He's level 3. This is another thing where I make suppositions. I, again, know nothing about the actual programming or what they did, but it just seems to me that he's definitely a mistake. I doubt they intended to put a level 3 character in the middle of these level 30s and 40s characters. It just makes no sense. Especially when even the generics are now in the high teens, I believe, still. But, just considering the circumstances, we're fighting a couple of named characters who we also fought back in Chronicle 1, who are Abelia's, underlings, even back during the Academy, similar to how these other characters are our underlings, like the ones we make, and technically Aeneas and Reese and the rest. But they were level 2 to 4-ish. And so it would make sense that a level 3 Baldwin could have been among them, but they decided to remove him, or they forgot him, one or t'other. I'm not sure which. It could be either one. Makes sense. And when they added him to this one, they forgot to level him, or they picked the wrong one. Based on what little programming style type activities I've done, there are a couple of different things that could happen. When you have a character in data files and then you call them up as part of loading them in, they generally have their stats written into the system, as it were. Easiest way is just to go ahead and fight these two right here. Now they could have the stats connected to the character, or they could have the stats and character separate. Load up this character, apply those stats to him. Or load up this character with these stats.
Battle 1. Fight.
Now, if it is the exact same characters between that, for say Notice and Ishtar, who are the two characters that are with Abilia both times you fight her, if they are the exact same character, but there's a script on this Chronicle to add a level to it, then that character was, because Baldwin was not included in Chronicle 1, they forgot to apply the level up to him. Or possibly it's the second time you fight them, apply this level up to them. Which would make sense. Baldwin, because this is technically the first time we're fighting him, he doesn't get that level up applied. The other option is that the characters are entirely different subsets in memory. But because Baldwin was not called up in Chronicle 1, where he was originally intended, when he's called up in Chronicle 18, they call up the first one that's level 3 instead of the one that should be here in the mid-30s. I really ought to teach myself some programming so I can break in and check the code and find that kind of stuff out. It's the kind of thing that interests me, but I just am too lazy to take the time to try to learn that programming code, because I'm not sure how else it would really be useful besides for the effort it would take to put in. Here's how much use it would actually be to me. The trickiest thing about this one is going to be beating the enemies after Abilia. It's just going to be a pain. It's not going to be hard, but it is time consuming. Because I'll have to fight. It's still faster than trying to fight them separately, split up, and force them to fight. Another way in which it actually is would be slightly more annoying than 100%, because 100% I just split my forces up and fight them in their other strongholds. I shouldn't be trying to... He's doing a lot of damage now because his health is low. That's the power of reserve offense up. I survived, though. I'm not super worried about him.
Well, that certainly got a bit violent.
Reserve offense up is one of the weirder titles, and one that is subtly mean just because of how the natural programming of the AI. They do tend to be a lot more aggressive as they get weaker, especially the higher level ones. And being as high level as he is, and as a knight, it takes, he can be at lower health quite more easily and a little bit longer than other characters. And with reserve offense up, it means the lower your health is, the more your attack goes up. So if you, as I did there, wound them quite a bit, but don't quite kill them, it gets, why are you not all the way? It gets pretty awful. If you wound them all the way but not quite kill them, they have their most offense and can do a lot of damage. Zenosuke is level 36 now. He is very strong, but he took a lot more damage there than he should have because of the reserve offense up. Knights are strong, but their offense isn't their best capability.
Decisive battle.
Most of the time they give reserve offense up to characters that are higher defense types. It's like the final Luna battle, because she's a sage, she has better defense than offense, so it is a very logical thing there. It's a good strategic play. Another powerful whirlwind here. We know that whirlwind into shoulder charge is the answer to whirlwind now.
Take good care of your health.
The actual, it's kind of funny, the There are only a couple that I even use, only a couple that I've named, but if you actually study like in a tutorial, in a practice session, and look at the move list, moves do have names in the game. Like, literally that spin that I use, Shanghua's spin to win, it has a, its real name is honest to goodness, something along the lines, oh god, it looks like I'm gonna have to fight 5. That's not fun. Okay, well, that's gonna be interesting. It's Houlee is the name of that spin move that I use, the Holy Spin, and it goes into, and the attack I use coming out of it is Great Wall. It's like lower Great Wall, I think, is the charged version, and then just Great Wall for Great Wall Raging. I can't remember exactly. It's been a bit since I looked at them, but even the running forward version with AB I do to start most fights is also one of the Great Wall moves. They're all very similar there. She puts her hand up against the blade as she shoves it forward. So they're all variants of the Great Wall move. But the moves that were designed for the 17 custom characters did not get named. So the shoulder charge, I just call the shoulder charge because that's exactly what it is. I don't really have a name for the triple strike jump into the air move or double strike into the air, one coming down, that I use against characters like this, Abilia and Guardian Force, against Guardian Forces. The spinning jump kick, I call the spinning jump kick because that's what that is. That's just up kick. And again, it does a nice amount of pushback to somebody in the air, pushing them away down a little bit. But if you're at the right angle, because it's angled, it's a little hard to use, but it's very good for ring outs or pushing close to the edge for ring outs. Sometimes I overuse it though. There's the offhand punch I like so much.
Decisive battle.
And here's her philosophy in a nutshell.
I will not lose against a traitor, even if it is you.
Battle 1. Fight.
Okay. Moderately dangerous. I actually could invalidate my run here, which is what makes this kind of a dangerous split, especially since I'm fighting 5 here. I might have to try to come up with an alternate strat to not fight so many, but all I actually need to do is defeat Abilia. I don't have to defeat any of her minions, so if I defeat Abilia, the thing ends. Well, not immediately, though, but if all the rest of my characters are defeated, but Abilia is defeated, even if there are 4 or 3 or 2 or 1 of the generic guys who are defending left, I will actually win, so I use that to my advantage in just suicide in normal any percent and SC percent, but getting 5 here is really, really bad for that because I could end up invalidating my run since I can't. Either that or I'd have to technically restart the scenario. But I'm not sure I can actually technically do that. I would have to safety save this scenario before I start it, and then quit and reload in order to keep going on the same thing. If it does happen... Oh, that's an unblockable, I forgot about. Luckily they take a lot of damage, so... I could call it the end, because that's what she says all the time, which is pretty cool. This is the end. It isn't the end, though. They're still going. I know that 2 of them are generic. The other 2 might not be, which is going to make this even worse, though. The fan, they lose. They just lie down and fan themselves. That's the hilarious thing about them being defeated in this circumstance, is that if they're defeated in Guardian Force, they act as if the same way if they were defeated by running out of time in a normal arcade mode of Soulcalibur. A character defeated in such a way goes into their loss animation the same they do after losing normally. Okay, they have 3 left, I have 2. We've each lost 2. Not looking very good.
Battle 5. Fight.
This is your end. This is your end. This is your end. This is your end.
Okay. Lost almost no health there, so that's good. Now it's 2 versus 2. Both of us full. Okay, good. Another generic. That gives me a lot of hope. He's a lot tougher than the others because he's a sage. You can see he's taking a lot less damage. He's also being really stupid, though, and giving me plenty of openings. It's slow, but it's working. It actually probably would be faster for me to manipulate them outside of... Okay, I think I'm fine, even if this last guy is named. I think he's another generic, though, if this guy is. Yep.
Battle 7.
Yeah, this is going to be easy enough. I've got it. Stand the ground.
You really expect to stand up to my sword skills?
Woo. All right. I wanted it about 4:30. Looks like I'm going to be close to that. It's about 20-ish minutes probably for Chronicle 19, I imagine, and about 10 for Chronicle 20, provided I don't have to restart too many times. So close to 4:30, which isn't too bad. It's only an hour and a half longer than any percent. About a half hour longer than SC percent. Okay, let's see. We need to go to 3. Actually starts on Mikini, that's nice. As our first opponent is the ultimate super boss, level 99 End. The most powerful character in the game, theoretically. I place him third, and as the third hardest, though, after Gerardo and Strife, because he only has Aerial Wind, which is annoying, not dangerous. If it works, it's just annoying. It doesn't cause extra damage or anything, nor does he do any kind of amazing follow-up while you're hovering in the air. He just waits for you to fall down. And nor does he have a really good weapon. His Koku Enra is a short katana with... I can't remember what its good property is, but it's nothing significant. It's nothing, like, really good. It's not increased attack power. It's not life regen of any sort. it's like nullify, ring outs, and something else maybe. I can't even remember. It's not very good.
Decisive battle.
So, and that's the big thing that separates him from Strife. Strife has an ultra-powered weapon that combined with his big stats makes him really hard. And Gerardo has super powerful stats combined with the absolute immunity to power level. Now End can do that. Occasionally he decides to be superhuman, and if he does, it's really bad because he four-shot me. He has a level 99 Swordmaster. But that's annoying. It's not the end of the world. So there's Aerial Wind. And again, he just sits, gives him a great opportunity for combos. He doesn't use them. And he's in a... he'd also be harder if he were in a place that prevented ring outs. That would... because he has so much health that's actually what does the most to him is the ring outs. But yeah, not all that big. And most of the time, if he does not preempt me with several powerful attacks, he is extremely vulnerable to spin to win. He takes some damage, takes a few hits because of just how much sheer health and defense he has at level 99. Because, believe it or not, level 99 Swordmasters, I'm pretty sure his stats are basic. I doubt he's nerfed. But at level 99, Swordmasters get an absolutely insane stat boost. They already have the best stats in the game, with the exception of Samurai for the first 98 levels, having technically higher attack power, but not very much. And with them having more hit points and defense than the Knights, and more agility than anyone too, they are far and away the just ultimate class. And then at level 99, as if that wasn't enough, instead of gaining a couple more points of strength or stat, they jump from like 280 to 400. Something absurd like that. It's like over 100 boost to their attack and defense. Which is why I was doing such insanely small chip damage with the Swordmaster. Of course, poor Dancer didn't even get to land a hit. But spin to win is so perfect that I get him down, he's pretty much done. As long as he, doesn't trick me by staying down too long, which he can sometimes do. He's actually a good one to retreat from, but I have to be in a very particular mindset to remember to try the retreat bait tactic. Okay, I didn't remember to tell any of them to move past this, which I could have, because, yep. The enemies are going to move forward into this one, though, so I won't be able to go past that anyway. Since, again, I haven't explained since the beginning, but if you are involved in a Soulcalibur combat, your orders are cancelled, but nothing else cancels them. They'll move to the end of their order until you change their mind, or they get involved in Soulcalibur combat, or die. So I could have ordered them to move through that and to attack that, but I forgot to. One of those small optimizations I missed out on. Let's see.
Decisive battle.
Yeah, it's actually fine.
Now, battle 1. Fight.
You should really give up.
Battle 2. Fight.
You should really give up. I'm sorry, but I must move on.
Alright. Where are we on? Suki? Is she the lowest level now? I should probably just, because opportunity. Cure Slap Elite, one of my favorite missions. You'll never fight anybody in here because nobody just has ever manipulated to it. But it is a bad English. It's Cure Separate is what it's supposed to be. It's another combo, two different things. And it's the only place in the game where it's located. There's also Paralysis Glue, Add Struggle, which is a slightly weirder one. It's like Reserve Offense Up and Offense Up in general, I think. Something crazy. A couple of weirder ones. Does make a difference. But because the only person defending it is one of the people not programmed to defend their place, they go running out. You never actually have to fight anybody in there. I'm not quite gonna make it. I'd really like to be able to slip somebody by there to just produce the orders again. But something I think is possible, but is never quite possible, and I just don't quite remember that exactly. Good to know. Good. Kind of wanted that anyway.
Final battle, fight!
Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? It's over. I'll take you anytime you want.
Decisive battle. Battle 1. Fight.
That was one of those hits that was sketchy. You really shouldn't have hit, but it went to the side just enough.
It looks like I got lucky.
Don't know why. It's something in the programming in this game, but it is the worst of all the Soulcaliburs for the AI doing frame-perfect things. I've never, in any of the other Soulcalibur games when I played, had enemies hit me so much in tune with my own hit that they hit me at the exact perfect time that oh, I need to start the other fight too before Suzuki takes too much damage. She can get back here. But it's the only game where my hit will come out and they will hit me just before mine does, so quickly that I performed the attack line is used and it isn't interrupted by the damage line because it's so close together. And it has happened to me many times playing this game.
Take good care of your health.
Particularly with the spin to win.
Final battle. Fight.
Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it? Did I do it?
Ring out.
Did I do it? Did I?
It will be a long time before my sword is complete.
One of the more interesting lines, I think it's translated literally, but doesn't actually make a lot of sense. It makes sense from my limited understanding of Japanese philosophy, but to actual Americans, it wouldn't seem to make a lot of sense. Her sword is in her way of the sword, or skill with the sword. Still has a ways to go. Again, with the Zen Eastern philosophy of mastering your craft, Kung Fu, as the Chinese call it, which stupid Americans thought was the martial art. Whereas the Japanese call it Kempo, which, the actual martial art Kempo, which is more way of the fist kind of thing. Although Ken is both sword and fist. I'm not sure if they're written differently in one of the alphabets. They probably are, but they're pronounced the same, which causes a lot of confusion. I think Japan might be the only country that's worse than America for parents spelling their children's names weirdly because of their alphabets. I see that a lot in anime. My name is this, but it's written like this.
Battle 1. Fight.
Did I do it? You can't get that! Yeah, take! Excuse me! You can't get away
Oh my
with
word.
that rude. Did I do it?
Cheese.
Ring out. Fight.
Did I do it? You can't get away.
How do you like it?
Ring out.
And again, that is why I don't mind that a ring out is not an instant victory, because that would have been a death for me and wasted a lot of time. But because of the power of the Mirasame, I was able to overcome with that sliver of health, thanks to the power of shoulder charge. And that, again, is why shoulder charge is the next best thing to the sword dancer, the dancer Changhua style. You can do so many super combos, but the shoulder charge is oftentimes reliable, lots of heavy damage, instant health restore. The other one that people are very fond of is there are a lot of ones that are good. A lot of people are fond of Barbarian. Some people said, hey, there's ones in every weapon. Every weapon has something you can abuse. But it's not as ideally fast as that. Iron Sword is pretty good, but in higher levels especially, the AI is really good about dodging it
Final battle.
or using the delay time before it starts, because it has a slightly longer wind-up than it should. And there's the final Soulcalibur character. Very disappointing that he's the final Soulcalibur character, not because Nightmare doesn't deserve it, which he does, but because of the class that they assign Nightmare to. Because Iron Sword is more Nightmare than Siegfried, and it's the basic Barbarian Sword, and because I guess he's a wild animal, they decided that Nightmare was best as the second Barbarian next to Astaroth. I would have thought Rock would be more Barbarian than either one, but whatever, they make the decisions, not me. But Barbarian is, again, one of the first starting 6 classes and one of the weaker classes. And people have told me, oh, I like Barbarian. Yeah, Barbarian isn't bad for a starting class, but its stats are just awful compared to a Knight or whatever. If they'd made Nightmare a Knight, since he is the Azure Knight, even if he is, really a demon in a suit of armor, he would be a probably waste of time to send another character, send her up there, but whatever.
Decisive battle.
But he would at least be somewhat dangerous, but Barbarians are just so weak. At this point in the game, he's not that many levels above me. My stats are probably a lot better than his. I think I have more hit points than he does, honestly, despite his amount of levels. If he were a Knight, I wouldn't. Being mean. Not being mean.
Battle 2. Fight.
And Chester, for the 3rd time, is also a joke. He changes his outfit every time you fight him. He's the only one with 3 outfits. And he's a sword master the last 2 times you fight. I think he is even in the last one. I haven't seen it specifically because I've never lost to him and refought, but just based on his stats and the fact that he's so strong and nobody else can use a knife except for Thief and Saint, who are garbage. I think they made him a sword master. And I know he's a sword master here. It says so. It tells you when you fight him. So his stats are good, but not that good. I mean, they're good, but the dagger is just such a garbage weapon. Probably the worst overall weapon in the game. The only saving grace is the bombs. Okay. We're going to have fun here. Do something I don't normally do, because normally they're too weak, and it's kind of bad because I have to fight everyone. But because we're higher level, I'm going to give it a shot. I do have to take out every enemy, which is what... Oh, jeez. I was going right, and then... No. I did it fine with the first two, and it suddenly got hard. Try maneuver in these little narrow alleys the right way is difficult. $39, $39, $39, $36, $39, $39, $39, $53. Yeah, very good levels compared to what I'd normally be at. Now, levels do affect the damage you do to a degree. As well as your stats in general do. So having higher level means that we should be doing more damage. Now, again, Cavalry take a little bit more damage than Steel Fan is one of the most awful. It doesn't help that those styles, not only are they just bad in general, but the only classes that can use them are weaker classes, so that's what makes them especially bad. They're probably... The Steel Fan might be worse than Dagger, actually. It has one kind of okay skill for abusing versus the AI, but it's not that great. Bombs are a little bit better than that. Okay, Michiko is taking a lot of damage. I need to make sure that none of my characters die. Which means I might need to start a fight. It's the one disadvantage to going with cavalry. I'm going to be moving so much faster between each fight, but I am taking a little bit more damage than I would if I were a infantry. But I decided that since I might as well experiment. It's probably foolish. I have more levels, so it'd be safer than in a other one, but just dang it, Luki this time. Normally I want all the damage to be focused on like one or two people. I don't mind if they're spread a little here though, because I just have to get through so many. These guys give the most experience in the game too, which isn't super duper surprising. It is kind of surprising that it's more than the level 60 Soulcalibur characters, but... Okay, I should be okay. I've taken more than half of them down. Of course, the very strongest are still left, and I have to make sure that... I might have to issue reorders and such, but... Of course, then again... Yeah, that's the one. It's okay when you have nothing else to use, because, yeah, it does that double wind hit, and the second wind is unblockable, but you can duck under it, and so AI will often duck. But it's the only thing I've been able to find that consistently damages the AI and keeps me safe. But it's super duper slow and not super duper reliable. Okay, who has the most hit points left? We are all injured though, that's the problem with this. But we're gonna go really fast around the ring here. That's the advantage. Bombs are slightly better than Steel Fan because they're faster to come out. Don't have as much range. The same thing, you can duck under them, but you can also vary them up with the ground one. And so you can slowly chip most of the enemies down with that. I am actually going to start a fight here. in order to recover some health. This might be a bit waste of time, but it's safe. Normally it's not safer, but especially at my levels and stuff and the ability to regain health, it's a little bit better, I think. Not sure if the time I'm going to save is going to outdo the what I lose loading up the battle, though.
Ring out. Fight.
Did I do it?
But if there's anywhere you want to start a fight, it's against her, because this character does an absolutely unbelievable amount of damage, even on the field. It's about 11 points a swing to infantry. So against cavalry, I really didn't want to test it. Okay, who has the most hit points now? Zenosuke. The last character has a huge amount of hit points with a purple health bar, but she does very, very little damage, luckily. Mireille is the last one that's moderately dangerous. Wow, and she leveled up too with her last breath. Okay, Suzuki, looks like you get to be first. They're all injured badly, which is kind of bad. I should have focused a bit more on letting the main character take one of the hits, but I didn't even care. Hopefully, I win with the first hit. The good news is I have enough levels that I do have some decent defense despite these lower hit points. So 9 minutes up to this point. I ought to look at my 100% and see how long it took by comparison, if the cavalry saved any time versus the danger that I'm in and stuff. That was the wrong move, Strife. That was kind of the right move. It's almost guaranteed damage to me, at least. But it doesn't restore his health. Okay, good, good, good. Sub 430 it looks like we're going to get now. That's it. 427.44.
That was a pretty good warm-up fight.
933 for the final one. Not bad. Defeating every enemy. I think that actually was pretty good. I do want to go back and look at my 100% for that one and see, because I'm pretty sure I just used infantry, which is normal. They move a lot slower. Thank you. Pretty good for a nice little 100%-y category. I do have to add like 30 seconds or there. I had my timer paused. I need to look that back up. I'm probably not going to create a category yet for this and submit it, as that would be, since I did kind of run it like that, but since I'm the only person who runs, it really doesn't matter how much. I plan to do more runs, and I'm definitely planning to do better than that, so I'll just, rather than try and time out the extra and add it on, I'll just wait for my next one to make an official category on speedrun.com and upload it, but that's a good start. I can upload it for a submission video in any case.
Emperor died.
Let's go ahead and see our wonderful final ending, as we always do, before we put it up for the night.
Collapsed. and the people were left only with devastated lands and the memories of the terrible war. The people, however, eventually forgot the hardships. They rebuilt the razed villages and sowed new seeds upon the destroyed fields. Then by the fireside,
And here is our
they
wonderful
told the
animatronic
tales,
statue.
the tales of the great
If you
ones
use Soul
who
of Shang
spilt
Wat,
their
does that.
blood
I don't know if
upon
any
those
other
lands.
weapons do, but it's weird. Okay, that's Soulcalibur 3 Chronicles of the Sword, all enemies. Successfully done. Thanks for watching. And I'm going to be trying very hard to stream more in the future. I am running a Soulcalibur 3 next week for the Speedy Fists Marathon, provided that it still continues through. We've had a lot of trouble trying to get that set up and everything. And I'm supposed to be an admin for the channel, and I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing at all, so it's tougher. But anyway, that should be going on. That's going to be actually late Friday night. I'm gonna be starting about midnight-ish, so my time. So about 2 hours earlier than this. It'll be roughly the same time frame. But that's gonna be it for me. I'm gonna sign off. Have us host anything good to host besides GDQ. Host? Nah, we'll just host GDQ. I guess that's one of my standards. Because Corona Relief Done Quick is going on. Right, we will see you all next time.